It's time for Begnaud's America, where we find the heart in every story. So this week, CBS News contributor David Begnaud is focused on how we can all get happier in the new year. He's helped by a guest who knows a lot about that very subject.
This morning, as we celebrate the start of 2025, we wanted to explore some important insights that might lead you to live a better and happier life in the year ahead. And who better to help with that than Arthur Brooks? Arthur is a professor at Harvard University who studies the science of happiness. He also writes the popular How to Build a Life column at The Atlantic. Arthur, good morning. Happy New Year.
Hi, David. Happy New Year to you, too.
So let's talk about New Year's resolutions.
Yes, indeed.
How do they work?
Yeah, a lot of people make them. About 50% of Americans make a New Year's resolution. Most of them fail. Most of them fail really, really quickly. And the big reason is because, well, they're too big. To have a successful resolution, you need something small, something measurable that will reward your brain, the reward centers of your brain, and say, I'm making progress. Break it down into small pieces. Small pieces lead up to big results.
Let's talk about small resolutions. It might include things like gratitude lists.
Yeah.
Practicing forgiveness.
Absolutely. I recommend gratitude lists because, the brain is dedicated more to resentment than it is to gratitude. See, here's the thing. 250,000 years ago, resentment, suspicion, anger, that's the kind of thing that will keep you alive, keeps you vigilant. But the truth of the matter is that gratitude is something that's more appropriate to us today because we don't have all these threats. Our brains are attuned to things that make us feel negative about our life. What we need to do is to pay attention manually to the positive. So a good New Year's resolution is every Sunday for the next year, every Sunday, it just takes a minute. I'm going to write down the 5 things I'm most grateful for. Then every day during the week, I'm going to look at it for just a couple of minutes, updating it on Sundays. You will, within 10 weeks, be between 10 and 20% happier, and that will become a pattern, a habit.
Now, some of you might be thinking about some bigger changes in the new year. Stephanie Sanford from Washington, D.C. says Arthur's book, From Strength to Strength, inspired her to rethink her priorities and change jobs. Watch this.
I led external relations for the College Board, so I ran our Washington office. I traveled a lot over the last 25 years. So it's David's 65th birthday. It's David Moore. He's my fabulous husband. It's a Monday morning, and I'm supposed to be in Rhode Island by noon for a meeting. And I get up that morning, and I see that my flight's been canceled. And so I go into full-bore Stephanie the Machine mode, trying to figure out how to get to this meeting. I finally figure it out. Planes, trains, automobiles. Gotta go. Bye, sweetie. Love you. Happy birthday. So I get to the plane and I decide I'm not going to look at the briefing book again. I'm going to read my new book. And that's Strength to Strength. I come to this sentence and it says, she saw herself as a high-performance machine. I'm like, Stephanie the Machine, that's me. And then I get a little further in, and it says, the workaholic's most serious relationship is their job. And so they travel on birthdays and anniversaries. And then I'm like, and I am sitting on a plane on the way to a meeting on his 65th birthday. And so I said, I'm turning around and going home. There's always going to be another meeting, but there's only one you. So I'm coming home. It was just like this moment, like fate tapping you on the shoulder. Oh my gosh, this is a sign. I think our relationship is better. It's, I certainly am much more present. I am happier. I'm happier. It feels more calm, balanced, and intentional. I've certainly heard that maxim that nobody gets to the end of their life and says, I wish I spent more time at the office. And I remember thinking as a much younger person that maybe you just didn't have a cool enough job. And I think what happened on that flight was that old aphorism all of a sudden rang true to me.
I love Stephanie's story, and I saw myself in her story for a moment after years of traveling as a news correspondent. And in fact, Strength to Strength basically begins where you had your own airplane revelation.
Yeah, for sure.
In fact, you write, is there any way to get off the hamster wheel of success and accept inevitable professional decline with grace and maybe turn it into an opportunity?
Yeah, the thing is that I learned in my research is that everybody's life changes. And the truth of the matter is that you have new skills, you have new gifts, but you can't find them unless you leave the past in the past. And that means changing when it's appropriate to change.
What is the key to successfully changing a job?
You have to be courageous, number one. You have to have a sense of adventure, number two. And number three, you have to know why you're leaving the job you currently are leaving. See,
And why is that important?
well, the thing is that people are afraid because they don't know if the new one's going to be better than the old one. You will dramatically increase the odds of having a good experience in your new job if you know very clearly the reason you're leaving your old job, because then you'll know what to look for. And that's the key thing in any sort of a big change like that.
For folks that can't just get up and leave their jobs, how do they find renewed happiness in this new year?
There's a hack for anybody, no matter how unhappy you are with your job, and that's look for a way to make people happier around you. So I'll give you an example.
Oh.
2 o'clock in the afternoon, get up, go to the break room, make a fresh pot of coffee, bring it back unasked to the guy in the next cubicle and say, you know what? You look like you could use a fresh cup of coffee. And look at the look on his face. And you'll become that person who brings people things that they didn't even ask for. And guess what? Weirdly, you're going to start liking your job more.
Boy, David, I love Stephanie's story too, where she said there's always going to be another meeting, but there's only going to be one you. I love that. It's going to resonate with a lot of people. You know, Arthur always studies happiness, we know this, but he also told you that it's important to be unhappy sometimes. What does he mean by that?
Well, he preaches that happiness requires unhappiness. In fact, he told me that we're never going to avoid or eliminate those negative emotions. So it's important to learn how to manage them, to cope with them. In fact, Arthur is emphatic in saying that being fully alive, experiencing all of the emotions, is the secret to happiness. In fact, he puts it this way: you're not going to know what's beautiful and wonderful in this life unless you see the opposite in your life as well.
Yeah, it does feel true. I really like the tip, David, of putting down the 5 things on a Sunday that you are most grateful for in your life, and then having them with you during the week to remind you.
It's all about paying attention. So many things happen in our life that we just sort of gloss over and not realize, you know, that was a pretty good moment.
Yeah.
And now it's really paying attention, be intentional about what you're focusing on.
Yeah.
Right about that,
So
David.
when I bring you coffee this afternoon,
Nate, here's your
say,
coffee, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, Tony, you're so sweet.
Yeah.
David, we appreciate you. Thank you, man. You did it again. Awesome stuff.
David joins us now from Los Angeles with a new special edition of Dear David. David, good morning. We've been waiting for you.
Gail, good morning to you, Gail. Dear David is a collection of stories sent to us by viewers like you. And today we have 3, and I want to begin in the heart of America. Last year, we introduced you to 18-year-old Jaden Bruns, a teenage artist who got into some trouble after graffitiing city property in his hometown of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The city's mayor, Paul Tenhaken, is also an artist. When he saw the graffiti vandalism, he responded in a way that surprised everyone. The mayor summoned Jaden to his office and told him that he'd have to face the consequences. But then,
Let's see it, my guy.
the mayor commissioned a piece of art from Jaden, which the mayor paid for personally.
My hope is that other people see this sort of thing in their community and say, hey, you know, when we have a teen or a young person who's maybe made a wrong step here or there, let's not discount them. Let's give them another shot.
Our story went viral. Viewers who saw it stepped in to do more. Jaden was hired to paint a mural at an elementary school in Sioux Falls and asked to do the exact same for a pizza place in Minnesota. And then a viewer from Los Angeles called him and hired him to illustrate a children's book.
Without this story, I don't know where I'd be. It's been very weird, but I'm excited for it to get more weird. Just more stuff, better, cooler art, bigger stuff. I'm so excited.
Rock on, Jaden. Because of Jaden's story, the mayor is in the process of establishing a public art wall where graffiti artists like Jaden can do their work legally. All right, story number 2 is now about a man who's been to 5,000 weddings. Y'all meet Rob Green. Green was the mayor of the tiny town of Jefferson, Pennsylvania, until he retired 14 years ago. When he left the job, there was one thing he refused to quit: officiating weddings.
Hello, Mr. Begnaud. I thought you might find this story interesting. It's about a man they call the marrying mayor. Among some of the weddings Rob has performed include one on a Ferris wheel and on a flatbed truck in a junkyard. Rob never accepts money from active military. He just shakes their hand and thanks them for their service. As you can see, Rob is quite an extraordinary man, and a man I am proud to call my husband.
With this ring, to me, it's something a politician should want to do because it's a positive footprint that you're leaving in somebody's life.
And you like forming families.
And I love creating the families.
At 78 years old, Rob Green is about to officiate his 5,000th wedding.
People say to me, you know, what is the record for an individual doing marriages? I said, basically, I don't care. It's what I enjoy doing. When you're retired, do something you enjoy.
Amen, Mr. Mayor. You know, the mayor says he does 4 weddings a week during the slow season and as many as 8 weddings a week in the busy season. Wow. All right, one more thing. A woman came up to me in the Chicago airport this week to say that she loves our stories, and because of them, she thought that I might want to meet her 102-year-old mother-in-law. I said, heck yeah, I want to meet her. Her name is Beatrice Stieber, and you are going to love her. I started by asking, what is your secret to longevity?
I never paid attention to age, never. I drove until I was 98. You roll with the punches.
Amen.
That's the truth.
Amen. But any secrets, anything you did that you think...
The secret to me
Yep.
is attitude and gratitude. Attitude and gratitude. Attitude and gratitude.
I love that. Where did you grow up?
In the Bronx, New York. New York, New York. It's a wonderful town. I grew up in a home of such love, such care. I was like Adonis, like a queen.
Beatrice, we live in a world where it's like you have to, you know, some people work out 7 times a day and they think that's the secret to longevity, or, you know, they only eat plant-based food. They think that's the secret to longevity. Did you do any of that, or you ate what you wanted and did what you want?
No, you want to give me a hot dog right now, I'll eat it. You have to, you see the good things. Do not have tunnel vision. Do not. When you walk, when you see, when I walk into a restaurant, I met a new person who joined us. We went to the ladies' room. I said, oh my God, what beautiful wallpaper on the wall. To this day, it's 20 years, she calls me up. She said, I will never forget you telling me about wallpaper. Whoever dreamt of looking at it?
Take the time to admire the wallpaper.
Take your time. When you have trouble, when you have pain, when you have illness, you become friends with that illness. You become friends with the pain. Then when you're friends, you don't hurt each other. You're very good-looking, gorgeous man.
Thank you very much. It was such a delight. Best part of my day. And to flirt too at 102. How you like that? So Miss Beatrice lives alone, does her own shopping, and her son says she still scrubs her own bathtub. How amazing is she?
I want to be Beatrice when I grow up. I love that the daughter-in-law came to you and said, you should meet my mother-in-law. A, she was right about that. Rob's wife nominating him. He has a positive imprint on people's life. And Jaden, excited for it to get even more weird. Those were all such great stories, David, but that is what you do. But I'm not going to ever forget Beatrice. Gosh.
Attitude and gratitude. Yes. And she's not wrong, David. You're a very handsome man. We appreciate you so much.
This week, CBS News contributor David Begnaud finds that the heart in the heartland in Iowa, to be exact, is where 3 teenage boys at a special high school saw someone struggling, and they knew exactly what to do.
Welcome to Ottumwa, Iowa. Population, a little more than 25,000. The Des Moines River runs right through it. So does the constant rumble of the BNSF Railroad. More on that later. The town is well known as the birthplace of actor Tom Arnold. And this being Iowa, it's collected its share of presidential visits over the years, from Benjamin Harrison in the 19th century to Barack Obama in the 21st. Still, Ottumwa seems like an unlikely place to find a superhero.
Where was he? Show me where he was.
Let alone 3 of them.
Did he fall here in the track?
Yes, sir.
Clinton Ring, Paul Clannery, and Davison Hartman are 3 seniors at Gateway High School, friends who may have just saved a life.
That second window right there.
The 3 were in their classroom in late October of last year when Paul saw something outside.
So you were looking out the window and you saw him fall?
Yes.
And what did you think in that moment?
To be honest, I felt like he needed help. So I just told these guys to come and help me out real quick.
A school security camera recorded what happened. Paul saw a man in danger. He'd fallen on the train tracks that run directly behind the school. He was struggling to get back up. And remember, this is a very active railroad.
All we hear is Paul calling our name, like, hey, I see an old man falling. And we're like, what? We went, check it out. We didn't think twice, we just went out and, helped them out.
The 3 boys ran out of the school and down to those tracks to help the man who was in trouble.
The next thing I know is they come running out of that room, past my room. Hey, Mr. E, there's a guy on the railroad tracks. We're going to go save him.
Science teacher Matt Erlinson followed the 3 boys outside to see if he could also help. That's him with 2 service dogs.
Kind of by the time I was out there, they were kind of getting to him and helping him up off his feet. And then they started walking him to the bus stop. And that's about 2 blocks away. And I decided to pull out my phone and take a picture. It was these 2 young men on each side of this older gentleman with his arms around them. And it was just a selfless act. They didn't wait and ask for permission. They just said, we're doing this.
And here's the thing about those kids and this school. Gateway High School is an alternative high school.
A lot of them are attendance issues at the high school or deficient in grades.
Aaron Ruff is the school's principal.
Some have some behavior issues, and some choose to come here just to be at a smaller setting. We really pride ourselves on not defining kids at their worst moment, but at their best.
So sometimes young people who come to a school like this are thought to be trouble. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you do something like this, and what do you think that proves to those people?
Prove them wrong.
Davison?
Proves that we're better.
Proves that you're better.
Yeah.
Better than people thought.
Yeah.
As for that man who they saved that day, they never saw him again. He thanked them for their help and disappeared from their lives just as suddenly as he had entered.
Have you wondered how he's doing since then? Have you thought about him since then?
Yeah, most definitely.
What do you think the takeaway should be for people across the country who may see this story and see 3 boys, friends, classmates, who helped a stranger?
Be righteous for the people around you.
Love that.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
It's funny what shared heroism can do to bring 3 friends even closer.
Davison, what do you think about your 2 friends, Stanton and Paul?
I think they're great people. They help me a lot. They help others too. And I'm thankful for that, for bringing their friends.
These are the kinds of stories we need to see. The kinds of stories that bring us together as Americans, highlighting ordinary people
doing extraordinary things. You know, people often ask me, David, where do you get your stories from? And I tell them you'd be surprised, but so many of them come to us from viewers like you. So a big shout out to Joan in Iowa, who tipped us off on this story.
Oh, thank you, Joan. It was so great. Be righteous for the people around you, like Paul said. That was so wonderful, David. Thanks so much.
We all just watched some of the biggest names in the NFL slug it out in the Super Bowl. But here's the question. Do you have to be jumbo-sized to play football? CBS News contributor David Begnaud introduces us to a young Mississippian, that means they're from Mississippi, who shows you what you really need to play the game. All you really need is a big old heart.
This was the photo that grabbed our attention. Two Mississippi high school football players, one hoisting the other, seemingly pretty easily, over his head. So what was the backstory to this?
I'm Cruz and he's Trip.
I'm Trip and he's Cruz.
Meet defensive end Trip Van Fossen, the hoister, and kicker Cruz McKee, the hoistee. Friends and teammates on the West Jones High School football team in Laurel, Mississippi. How did that picture come about?
Well, we were trying to think of a celebration. We decided on Simba. You can see in Lion King where the animal owns up the little lion.
Little Lion. It's a good description for Cruz. Trip, at 6'3", looks like a high school football player. But Cruz, he's only 5'3". What have people said when they see you on the field?
They think it's crazy. And they just think it's an act, or I'm not even a real player.
Do they think you're somebody's baby brother who just got dressed up in the uniform?
I've heard of that one before.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Does it hurt to hear those things?
Maybe a little bit, but I just don't pay much attention to it.
Cruz carries his small frame with the determination and the confidence of, well, a lion. Qualities that his mom says come pretty naturally.
I think it's born in him. He has always been determined and, you know, had a drive about him. And people describe him as having grit. And I really think that that's the grit that drives him.
But mom and dad are still right at the edge of their seats every time Cruz gets up to kick. He made the varsity football team as a sophomore, but he wasn't always sure that he belonged there.
Because I was too scared, I thought I was too small. I was going to wait until next year.
Coach Corey Reynolds didn't think so.
Good job, cruise control!
He'd seen Cruz, then a freshman, with his dad practice kicking when they thought no one else was watching.
You know, I asked him, hey, what grade are you in? And when he said he's in the 9th, you know, just a smaller kid. And I was like, oh, wow. I said, why don't you come out and play football? And he said, I'm too small. I said, says who?
Now, folks, this is not just any high school football team. These are the West Jones Mustangs, one of the recent Mississippi State high school football champions. They take high school football very seriously around here. There are no charity cases on the squad. Not every coach of the reigning state champion team is just going to go around giving chances.
Well, that's what's one great thing about this country. It's about chances. You have opportunities to do something. You know, nothing's going to be given to you for free. You got to go and earn it.
Attaboy. I told him I'll kick next year. He said, he was like, all right.
And that's exactly what he did. He went out and made the team as the backup kicker.
I knew that it was going to happen. He's a very hard worker. He's never really missed any practice and just perseveres.
And wouldn't you know it, an injury to the starting kicker earlier in the season gave this small sophomore the chance to show what he could do. Are you intimidated being on a football field?
First game I was, but after that, I mean, if I get tackled, I get tackled, but it'll be all right. I mean, as long as I kick it.
Protect him at all costs.
Yes, sir.
You can't let the kicker get hurt.
Chip shot.
His first game, we'll say the nerves got to him a bit. He missed the first kick.
And this is missed off to the left.
I can't let that affect me. Got to look on to the next one.
You know, you miss it, it's like keep your head down, kick it. You're going to have to kick another one here soon, so don't worry about it.
Cruz took those words to heart.
Put it up, and it is good.
He went on to nail 23 of the next 24 kicks during the regular season, and then 2 more in the Mustangs' lone playoff game. What it did was prove, not only to the people watching,
Yes, hey, good job, cruise control, good job.
but more importantly to him, that this little lion belonged.
I just hope that people see that there's no size too small. Just showing that, I mean, God has done all this for me, that He just gave me everything that I've got.
Bravo.
Boy,
The head
David.
football coach said last night
Yes.
on the eve of this story airing, he said, I wish I had several more just like him.
Yeah, that little line is right, but I so like that coach.
Yeah, we love the coach.
When Cruz said, I think I'm too small, I love the coach saying, says who?
Yeah.
And then you do that number 23 out of 24.
Yeah, after missing the first
After
one.
missing the first one, not rattled by that, still persevering. You go, Cruz.
Yeah.
That was great, David.
Shows the value of sports as
Good
well.
family story.
Where else do kids get the opportunity to face that kind of pressure, face failure, and then bounce back?
But also the interaction that he's having with his coach is going to set him for life. That giving of that opportunity and telling him that he worked hard to be here, that he earned that spot, it's going to stick with him.
Yeah.
I like all of those people. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. We like David, too.
CBS News contributor David Begnaud brings us an update today on something that caught our attention, really caught the whole nation's attention. You may remember it. Trooper the dog, this story, he was abandoned as Hurricane Milton was making landfall in Florida. Back in October, David traveled there to meet Trooper, and then 2 months later, David returned as Trooper was settling in with his new family. But shortly after our stories aired, things changed once again for Trooper. So David shows us now how Trooper is living up to his name.
Look at this. This is Trooper Duper.
You are looking at the moment when Trooper the dog met his forever family,
We're going to be best friends, I can tell you now.
including his new sister, Dallas. The photo of their initial meeting seemed to say it all. It looked like love at first sight.
It's Trooper.
Here's your brother.
And that is where our last story on Trooper ended, at Frank and Carla Spina's house in Florida, where he seemed like he was going to have a great life.
Dolly loves you. She gives you kisses.
2 months after our last story aired, we checked back in with the Spinas to see how Trooper was doing, assuming not much had happened. Well, we were shocked by what we found out.
About maybe 2 weeks after the original segment aired, and we had been noticing since we adopted him that he had 2 dime-sized lumps on his left flank. The doctor immediately said, oh no, these are mast cell tumors, these are cancer. So we were in complete meltdown.
Trooper had to have surgery to remove the cancer. Then came the painstaking wait for the results on whether it was successful.
These are our children. We don't have children. These are our children. And then we got that good news, and we were just so relieved. When we left the doctor's office that day after he got his stitches out, the doctor said, he's done, he's cancer-free. We were literally in tears, just walking to the car, happy tears.
Finally, Trooper's happy ending, right? Well, no, not quite yet.
He was out and walking, and he just started putting his head down. So I went under him, and he vomited, and a piece of rubber came out of his mouth. So this is actually a freezer bag. This freezer bag weighs 2.1 pounds. It's a combination of about 110 or 120 pieces of garbage. Could you imagine how starved he had to be to ingest a piece of metal or pieces of rubber that are the size of quarters?
Our little buddy needed a life-saving procedure. It took vets in Miami more than 4 hours to remove the metal and the rubber from his stomach.
What are you doing, guys?
We have a very special bond, me and him. He's my best friend. And I think I'm his best friend. I think my wife would agree. that I would rather give my life than she would give her life to save his life.
And we don't doubt that for 1 second, because Frank, a criminal defense attorney, is not just fighting for Trooper's health. He and Carla are also fighting for justice, for the abuse they allege Trooper had to endure before he came to them.
I reached out to the Hillsborough State's Attorney's Office, and this is their victim witness. This victim witness will be at every single hearing for that gentleman who did this.
I don't blame you.
At every single date, every single hearing, a trial, a sentencing, we'll be there. He's going to have to look at this dog and account for what he did to him.
Trooper is more than okay now, or so we think. He is happy and looks to be loving life.
He's definitely daddy's boy, right? You daddy's boy, I love you too. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I do.
Frank and Carla, this is just for the two of you. Y'all have been the best humans to come into Trooper's life. Not my opinion. That's the opinion of the vet who treated him and says y'all have been such angels for him. And so we thank you for that.
Gosh, we didn't hear much from Carla. I know she's fantastic, but Frank, boy, am I smitten with him. So we do think the Trooper's now going to be okay. Where did he get all that garbage from, David? Where'd that come from that he was eating?
Well, Gail, the vet said, look, yeah, his breed, the bull terrier, is known to get into everything. But the vet believes there's a chance that he was left to live outside. And he probably, out of boredom consumed everything he could, or potentially out of starvation, ate everything he could find. His previous owner, by the way, a 23-year-old man, is facing criminal charges in the state of Florida.
Good.
Well,
good. I love Frank saying they're going to be there for every court case.
Yeah.
I love that.
And amazing work by those vets who did the surgery. 4 hours of work to take all that out of Trooper's belly, so he's okay.
Yeah.
What a beautiful story, David, and beautiful humans that are taking care of Trooper.
Today, CBS News contributor David Begnaud meets a 9-year-old girl whose life was changed by an act of generosity. And now her generosity is changing the lives of others.
I want to do different things like cut my own food without asking for so much help.
What else?
And doing your own hair.
As soon as I figure out how to do that.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
She's 9 and a little nervous. Cameras have a way of doing that to you. She's the heart of this story because of a single act that sparked a ripple of kindness and triggered a chain reaction fueled by the generosity of people she's never even met. Remy Bateman was born without her left forearm and hand. She's been using a prosthesis, commonly referred to as a prosthetic arm, since she was 6 months old. Helpful, but it doesn't give her the ability to independently move fingers. Last year, her mom, Jamie, came across a social media post for Open Bionics and its 3D printed, multi-grip hero arm. Each finger has its own motor, making it possible to grip everyday items with precision. Nice. Remy and her family from Salt Lake City met with Open Bionics for an initial fitting. The hope was that insurance would cover it.
You are doing really good.
Yay!
Insurance said no, that it wasn't medically necessary.
Insurance might say, I understand that would help, but she doesn't need it to live. It's a cosmetic improvement. What would you say to them?
I would say, why don't you try to live with one hand? I do understand that you can live just fine without it, but imagine what you could do if you had 2 hands. I feel like the whole world is built around having 2 hands.
Without insurance, the bionic arm was $24,000. Like many Americans with medical needs not covered by insurance, Remy and her mom turned to crowdsourcing. Her story made the local news, and they raised $24,000 in just 4 days. When you hit $24,000 in the GoFundMe, did you think, well, we'll just stop there?
Initially, yes, but I actually was contacted by a very nice man, a CEO in Texas.
It was Andy Schoonover, the CEO of CrowdHealth, a subscriber-based crowdfunding platform for medical bills. He called the Batemans after seeing their plea for help on social media and said, I want to buy the hero arm for Remy. That is where this story takes a turn.
But then I looked at her and I said, guess what, Remy? We have $24,000, but you already got your arm paid for. What do you want to do with it?
Help more kids.
Why did you want to do that?
So people can actually have a life-changing arm, like me.
I love you for that. I love your heart. Across the country in Maryland, 9-year-old Taj Johnson was also trying to raise money for a hero arm. He was born with a partial left hand.
We've been looking for different types of like prosthetics or maybe surgeries, something to help give him some type of usage of his left hand.
And like Remy, Taj's health insurance company said denied.
That kind of hurts because you're telling me that a kid being able to function with daily like tasks, something as small as feeding themselves, getting dressed, you're telling me that that's not medically necessary.
But these are everyday important things.
Yes. Yep. Things that you need to be able to do to survive.
When the denial came in, what'd you think you'd do?
I sat and thought long and hard because I'm like, I can't just ask for donations and ask for help. Like, times are hard as it is for people right now. I'm like, what can we do?
Taj's mom, Caitlin Skinner, started selling lemonade, but only raised $1,500 in 4 months. Then she got a call from Remy's mom.
We wanted to offer your family, our GoFundMe got so much love and support from everybody. We wanted to pay the rest of what Taj needs to get the hero arm for himself for you guys.
Oh my gosh. We are so grateful and thankful because I really just sat here today and was thinking like, I wasn't able to do this for Taj for Christmas, but maybe like next summer we'll be able to get it done. Guys.
Have you met Remy?
Not yet.
No. What would you like to say to her, Taj?
Thank you for paying for my prosthetic, and I hope we'll meet one day.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? That'd be great. One day. I'm sure you'll meet her one day. Yeah, that's my guy. Taj and his mom drove to New York City to meet with Dan Green, who will make the mold that will become Taj's hero arm. And guess who else arrived in New York at our invitation?
Hey Taj, how's it going, bud?
Good.
Good, how you feeling today? Good. Good, you excited again? Yeah, ready to get the next step done?
I drew a picture.
Sweetheart.
It's for you.
Remy brought Taj a special gift.
Thank you, Remy.
Remember that lemonade they were selling?
You trade me lemonade for your robot arm. Thank you, Remy. You're welcome, Taj.
A new friendship forged through the kindness of strangers. The donations for Remy continue to pour in. So you know what she's done? Pay it forward. She's used the funds to help 2 more children purchase their hero arm. 11-year-olds Faith from Florida and Gio from Peru. As for Remy, she is thrilled to have fingers that function.
Awesome, I love it.
The hero arm makes even the smallest things a triumph.
Wow.
Yeah!
Look at that, Rems. Wow. Yay!
You know, friends, Remy's story isn't just about overcoming obstacles. It is about giving others the chance to overcome theirs.
Hello, camera. Bye, camera.
Boy,
Wow.
David, I love that her initial instinct was, I want to help other kids. Right away, with no prompting, that's what she wanted to do. And now, talk about pay it forward, ripple after ripple after ripple.
Little 9-year-old from Bountiful, Utah, y'all, giving us that daily dose of inspiration to kick the week off right. I mean, I've watched that story 20 times and I'm wiping tears away here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the beauty in a child's desire to do something that for her just felt like the right thing to do. No prompting, no suggesting. She wanted to do it.
I also like the mom's reactions when the insurance company says, well, it's not really essential. And they said, well, you try.
That's right.
Living without,
It highlights this report,
Yes.
the story that David is showing, how blessed we are to have
Yes.
those of us who do have our hands. And I just think, as Gail said, seeing this child in all of her innocence try to do something good for someone she doesn't know.
Yeah.
We should all take lessons away
It's
from
an amazing invention, by the way, also, the hero arm.
Yes.
I don't know how it
I was
works,
thinking
but
that
it's a kind of magic. It really is
It
special.
really is a hero arm. David, you've done it again.
It's a 3D thing, and listen, it's still $24,000, so that's expensive, but they're going to get cheaper, and with a motor at each fingertip, it's a brilliant device.
Yeah.
David Begnaud doing it once again. David, thank you very, very much. What a beautiful story.
Hey, good to see
Hey.
you. You look great in
Yeah.
green.
Thank you.
By the way, FYI. Good morning, everybody. This is a story about grace, friendship, and redemption. These two women have formed an unlikely alliance. The First Lady of Illinois, M.K. Pritzker, and Willette Benford, who served 24 years in prison. Is this the first time you're seeing her room?
First time. Yeah, first time.
This was the room that Benford called home for the first year of her life after prison. Inside of Grace House, a residential program in Chicago that supports women exiting the prison system.
It was the first room that I was in that I could literally walk in and out of, and not have to worry about someone locking me in it.
In 1995, Benford was sentenced to 50 years in prison for first-degree murder. Benford says she was in a violent same-sex relationship, and she tried to flee one night.
I ran and jumped in my car. She jumped on the hood of the car, and I pulled off. Not knowing the area, I turned around and came back up the street, and that's when they said I hit her.
Benford says, and court records reveal, that her attorney advised her to hide the details of the domestic violence because she was in a same-sex relationship, and the attorney feared that might turn off the jury.
None of the domestic violence, the times I had her arrested or the times I went to the hospital, none of that was talked about in court. After I was incarcerated, I got my GED.
In 2016, there was an amendment to an Illinois law that added abuse as a factor to consider its sentencing. Because of that, Willette Benford became eligible for resentencing. You got credit for time served?
I got credit for time served, and I was released on February 6, 2019. How many women do you think are sitting in prison that didn't get the opportunity that I got?
That's what I'm saying.
I am what it looks like to give someone a fair chance, not a handout, but a hand up.
And that takes us to 2022. Chicago's mayor wanted to brand the city as a place for second chances. So she hired Benford as the city's first director of reentry for people leaving prison reentering society. There, Benford helped to reform background checks for 2,500 city jobs so that some convictions would not disqualify candidates from getting employment. Her record on the job impressed Illinois' First Lady M.K. Pritzker, who offered Benford a top job as Pritzker's senior advisor on women's issues. Everybody at some point in their life needs someone who believes in them.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to say to me what she means to you.
I look at her as someone that I can trust, someone that is a friend, believes in me, and someone that did not second guess her decision when she hired me.
She brings an intelligence and a vigor to this work that I don't think anybody else could do. I believe in Willette. I think there's good in every person, and there's really a whole lot of good in Willette. We're not a couple.
We're called the Force.
Because we
get stuff done.
We get it done.
And they have got the receipts to show for it.
We worked strategically to support the closure of Logan Correctional Center, which
it's closed?
We're closing
We're closing it.
You are closing the former place where you were incarcerated. Wow.
And the reason why is because the living conditions were horrible, and they still are.
Rebuilding a facility that is more therapeutic is very helpful. I think it's helpful to the residents of the facility, and it's also very beneficial to the people that work there. Mm-hmm. So what are we having here today?
When the First Lady travels with Benford, she does a lot of listening. Some of the stories that she's heard drove her and Benford to launch a pilot program to support 100 women returning home after incarceration. The program offers subsidized housing, job training, and even childcare.
Give people an opportunity to better themselves and get a good paying job rather than spend the money on incarcerating them.
And poverty is a driver of incarceration.
Look, by now you can tell that Pritzker and Benford have a pretty strong heart connection, but they come from completely different worlds.
I landed in the lucky tub. You know, and that's really the only thing that separates Willette and I could be Willette.
M.K. Pritzker married the billionaire heir of the Hyatt Hotel's fortune, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. Her first official visit as First Lady of Illinois was to a women's prison, and she got an earful there. She left there fired up to fix one particular issue for women and men leaving the prison system.
They couldn't get a state ID when they got out, that it was darn near impossible. They didn't have a birth certificate, they don't have social security cards, you can't open a bank account. I mean, you can't do anything.
So what did you do?
And I went home and I said, JB, can you believe this? And I said, JB, we have to fix this.
And they did. Willette Benford was at M.K. Pritzker's side when last year Governor Pritzker signed the new law, ensuring that people leaving prison now have at least the dignity of an ID to validate who they are.
You know, the lesson is you just really shouldn't judge people. You need to give people grace. And it's really amazing what two women from two completely different backgrounds can do when they join forces.
Which takes us back to Grace House and that room, still filled with so much emotion.
Inhale courage, that's what I wanted to do, and exhale any kind of fear that I might thought I felt.
It's tough, but is it also rewarding for her to stand here and see it and feel it?
Yeah, so she'll know. She knows, but I think she knows in a different way now.
So it was at Grace House in 2019 when the First Lady first met Willette Benford. Willette was a resident of the Grace House and getting her life back on track. And then the First Lady went on to watch what Willette would do over the next 4 years. And the First Lady called her personally 4 years later and said, I want you to come work for me and let's help make things better for other people leaving prison.
So beautiful. I love how you start the piece, just how you end it with that long hug. You know, that was real. They probably were holding each other for so much time because there was so much feeling and emotion exchange between the two of them. And I love the mentorship program that they're doing for women who are leaving prison.
Yep.
Because on your own, like any of us flail.
That's
We
right.
all need people to help us along, to help pull us.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, and the point of prison, of course, is rehabilitation.
That's what I kept
thinking. And something I always say, and my father spent time in prison, is you are not what you did on your worst day.
Amen.
You are the entirety of your life. And Willette's showing what that entirety of life can be.
This story came about because I was visiting with the First Lady, and she told me about Willette. And she told me about Willette's past. And I said, wait a minute, excuse me. You hired a woman who was sentenced to prison for first-degree murder? Like, how did this come about? And what I clearly understood was that this was the story of redemption. And I thought if the First Lady of Illinois is willing to publicly take this risk, as people see it as a risk in this chance, that's an inspiring story, right? But as Willette will tell you, I did the work. I did the work to get here. Nobody gave me any freebies. I earned where I am.
I mean, for Miss Benford, which is an incredible story, as you say, the rehabilitation works, but there are so many other thousands who don't have these opportunities.
Amen.
I just love this story.
So let this be an example to others.
Right. David, thank you as always.
You bet, brother.
Peace. We'll love it. This week, CBS News contributor David Begnaud digs deep in the heart of Texas, and that's where he found one dedicated public servant who says his life proves anything is possible for the rest of us.
That man you were looking at in the mirror cannot believe everything that he has seen.
I just think about my home village. Because right now my home village has been destroyed to ashes.
But from those ashes, Fidel Sabahizi has turned trauma into triumph. And along the way found the American dream right here in Abilene, Texas.
Can you change it to 1075?
Safeguarding this city far from this one. where he grew up in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Africa. This church is all that remains after an attack on his home village forced him to flee on foot back in 1996 when he was just 14 years old. You see, his ethnic group was facing persecution. And when another war tore apart Congo in 2004, a lot of people stacked these trucks with everything that they could, leaving behind only the memories that were too heavy to pack. They escaped across the border into Burundi to seek safety at a United Nations refugee camp.
In that refugee camp, we got attacked by several heavily armed groups, and we lost 166 people in a matter of 2 hours. Seeing my friends, my family members set on fire, alive. It was like a movie, but it was real.
With few belongings and nowhere to belong, really, Sebahizi says he's not even sure how he wound up on a plane bound for the United States of America.
It was my first time flying. I was like, is this how people die or what? So it was crazy. So I didn't know where I was going.
Far from Congo, in Southern California, Sebahizi started to build a new life. He started taking English classes alongside his father.
I took classes like 6 days, like morning, afternoon, and nights.
And soon those classes turned into college courses, all while he was welcoming a new child into the world. In 2015, he followed a brother to Abilene, Texas. And that is where this refugee found inspiration, in a community that is almost 70% white. Sebahizi found work in a prison, where, believe it or not, the idea for his next career move came from some of the people behind bars.
They started calling me a cop. They were like, go outside and be a real cop.
So he did. And even if Sebahizi stood out a little bit in his police academy photo, he fit right in as the first ever foreign-born officer hired in Abilene.
Given where he came from, I think it gives a broader perspective, a lot of resilience, and a strong work ethic.
But wait, that's not it. The Assistant Police Chief Joel Harris says the fact that Sebahizi speaks 5 different languages is a huge help to the city.
And not only translate for us, but actually help us to communicate and bridge that gap with the cultures. And I think it helped us build trust quite a bit with the refugee community here.
Even if it doesn't always translate well for some of the people he comes across.
They pretend that they don't speak English at all, you know, like traffic stops. And when I show up, things change.
Fidel Sebahizi is the kind of police officer whose traffic stops can sometimes end with a handshake.
You have a good one.
Hey, be careful. You hear me?
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
While working 10-hour shifts as a police officer and raising a family, he went on to earn a master's degree and then a PhD. So you are not going to be surprised to hear me say that he didn't stop there. The immigrant who arrived in the U.S. without speaking much English at all has now written a book called Creating a Life from the Ashes.
I believe that anybody in this country, regardless their status, they can achieve whatever they want to achieve. If I did it as an immigrant or as a refugee, anybody else can do it too.
And that right there is a lesson he shares with his 2 American-born daughters, Fifna, who's 14, and Faith, who is 7.
Oh, you love you.
And after making his American dream come true and becoming an inspiration to so many others, you may be surprised to hear what he wants to do next.
My plan is to go back sometime and rebuild my village. Not only my village, but the country, make it a better place and make a difference.
But first, he wanted to make sure his daughters were okay with it.
I gotta go back to my home village.
We're gonna go there together when I grow up.
Right.
Cool.
Sure.
And get money.
Say yes.
Yes.
When I get money.
Promise.
Okay.
When you grow up, right?
Okay.
I just love this story. Before he moves back, he says he actually wants to teach college. So that's what he's working on right now. And think about this, guys. I mean, you have someone whose life was saved because they came to the United States. And now they're dedicated to protecting the lives of the people here. I mean, thank you, Officer Sebahizi.
Thank
love
you.
this story.
You know, David, I don't want to generalize, but as a child of immigrants, the line where Officer Harris says, given where he's come from, I think he gives a broader perspective, a lot of resilience, and a strong, strong work ethic. That's what immigrants bring to this country. Get the job done.
Let's
As
not lose
Hamilton
sight
said.
of that.
Exactly right. What a
Especially
beautiful
these
story,
days.
David.
Yeah. Thank you, David.
Well said.
Today, David joins us from Los Angeles with the latest installment of Dear David. He's deep in the mailbag. David, good morning.
TD, good morning, brother. Dear David is a collection of stories sent to us by viewers like you. It's my favorite way to start the week. We're going to begin in Idaho, where two young boys stepped up to do something so gentlemanly. Their grandmother just couldn't help but brag on them to us. Roll the tape, Kelly.
15-year-old Cade and 13-year-old Brody Nicolason were faced with a decision that would reshape their understanding of family, service, and sacrifice. They could attend a Boise State basketball game, which they love to do, or the annual father-daughter dance with their cousins, 7-year-old Gracie and 6-year-old Allie. You see, the girl's dad was in the hospital recovering from a life-altering surgery, so they needed a stand-in. And so their mom asked the boys if they'd do it. And they did, showing what it truly means to be there for your family.
We both stepped up and we were like, yeah, we are willing to go to anything. I taught Gracie some swing dancing. I think it was definitely the right decision to make.
We wanted to make them feel special and we love them.
The boys, both Eagle Scouts, arrived with flowers in hand. On the dance floor, they taught the girls some new moves and stayed the whole night.
They taught us the YMCA and the wave.
I was so proud of these boys for stepping out in a time of crisis.
That's the grandmother to all four, Julene Wynn, who wrote to me saying, when there's so much negativity in the world and our youth often seems so difficult to reach, it is nice to see the next generation is doing something good for others.
Our future really is in good hands.
This is probably going to be a memory that we'll never forget. And it was really special for us.
I love that. Hey, boys, y'all remind us that when it comes to family, nothing else matters. So thank you for that. Now to a story from viewer Holly Stein in Columbus, Ohio. Holly wrote to us about an elderly beaver who became a social media sensation and in the process financially saved a pet rescue.
Agnes the beaver was so badly injured and malnourished, the rescuers didn't know if she'd survive. The good news is not only did she make it, she is doing so much better. The group that nursed her back to health is called the Pipsqueakery. Great name, right? It's a small animal rescue and sanctuary in Bloomington, Indiana, run by Alex Hernley and her husband, Jason Minsterketter. When they found Agnes, she was covered with maggots and had terribly infected wounds. But boy, did that lady land in the arms of love and healing. She became a social media sensation as they were nursing her back to health. And you know, their nonprofit, which was really struggling to survive, once Agnes's story went viral, it led to a tsunami of donations. And now, because of Agnes, donations that have poured in have allowed them to keep the doors at the Pipsqueakery open for all the other little critters in need of some TLC.
Never thought I'd love a beaver this much. How cute. Agnes is, by the way, never going back out into the wild. Her injuries were so severe, she's now just going to stay at the Pipsqueakery and be the official ambassador. Our final story this morning comes from Golconda, Illinois, and it was sent to us by Michael, who wanted to tell us about the healing power of a dream.
In a small high school gym in Polk County, Illinois, Elijah Presser scored 48 points in his final home game this season. That broke a record that had stood for 31 years, a record set by his dad, Tyler Presser. The moment was years in the making. It was a dream that started here in his hospital bed. Elijah was 9 years old when he was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. He spent 5 months in the hospital, taking him away from friends and school and his church basketball league.
There's a lot of great people at that hospital that took care of me, and I made sure I was all right, and here I am. They helped out a lot.
Basketball was the welcome distraction during his 5 months of chemotherapy treatments.
There would be times where we would be at home and I'd still go outside and shoot a little bit and mess around with the basketball every now and then when I felt good.
It was also an inspiration to get better. Elijah told his mom that once he beat the cancer, his dream was to beat his dad's high school scoring record. Now that 9-year-old is 18 years old and he's cancer-free. He's the point guard for the Pope County High School basketball team, where his dad, who was the star player decades ago, is now one of the coaches. His dad, who was always at his bedside, was courtside the night history was made.
Next thing you know, he was sitting at 40 points, and I'm over there kind of shaking and trying to hold back my wife, I look back at her and she knows I'm getting pretty emotional.
Tell me what's going through your mind right now.
He was so tough, man.
It was a full circle moment for this devoted dad who went out and bought a basketball hoop as soon as he learned that his wife was pregnant with a boy.
I wanted that more than anything, and that's what I got.
God really blessed me with the father that wants the best for me, and he's always been there. He's who I learned everything about basketball, and not only basketball, but life and my faith in God. He's taught me about all of it pretty well.
I'll always be by his side. He's my best friend.
You may not be surprised to hear that Elijah is planning to follow in his father's footsteps by going to the same college as his dad, Southeastern Illinois College. Elijah, we wish you all the best. Hey, if you have a story for us and you'd like to reach us, if you've got a story that tugs at the heart, one that celebrates ordinary people doing extraordinary things, write to our team, would you? It's Dear David at cbsnews.com. Back to you guys.
David, what a pick-me-up for a Monday. Each story inspired me more than the next, but I just love those cousins showing up at their girl cousin's house with the flowers and then teaching them the YMCA and the wave at the dance. That was incredible.
I think my favorite one was the pip squeakery, the focused on the little furry curry.
Yeah?
Yes,
Yeah. Well done, David. You did it again, 3 for 3.
What about you, Nate?
Which one did you like?
I love the little beaver. That was
you?
great, nursing the beaver back to health and them getting the donations, but also the son following in Dad's footsteps.
We were surprised he had the hops to dunk that basketball on the baseline there.
He has 3 new fans in us. We'll be checking them out next year in college. All right,
Great
Dave,
story to kick off March Madness.
That's right. You're the best. All right, Dave, we'll check in with you later. Make sure you guys tap in with him and Dear David, that's for sure.
Today, CBS News contributor David Begnaud brings us the story of a couple who met while mourning the loss of their spouses to cancer. What started as a journey through grief led to a new love and a newfound joy.
This right here is a love story, and it begins with grief. In 2019, Mike Sullivan and Nancy Jawalicki met at a Pennsylvania grief camp. Nancy was grieving the death of her 42-year-old husband, Ed, from acute myeloid leukemia. Ed left behind 2 daughters, Nava, age 5, and Kaya, who was 7. Mike had just lost his college sweetheart, Maria. She died of breast cancer at the age of 35. Mike was left to raise their daughters, 3-year-old Kiva and 5-year-old Molly. The camp, called Healing Hearts, is hosted by the nonprofit group Cancer Care. And at the camp, the kids bonded almost instantly.
Nava comes running and she says, Mommy, we met a friend. Her name is Molly. And Mommy, she says she lost her mom and that she misses her. And we told her that we lost our daddy and that we miss him. And at that moment, Mike comes and he says, oh, I'm Molly's father. And I said, oh, nice to meet you. And he says, it means the world to me that Molly is sharing with your daughters because she was not talking about her mom passing with anyone.
for those kids to just be out there playing like normal kids and having this sort of deep conversation, I'd say was a pretty moving moment.
Nancy and Mike expected that the camp would help their kids navigate grief. What they did not expect was to find healing for themselves.
And I can't imagine being the age of our children and having to go through that experience.
I see you tearing up listening to him. Tell me why.
I put myself in Maria's shoes as a mother of 2 young girls. And when he started sharing everything about having a hard time combing their hair, just bathing the girls, things that he didn't know how to do, I said, I know how to do all that. So I started feeling gratitude in my heart and feeling that I was still here for a purpose.
Weeks passed, and the girls' friendship grew. So did Mike's affection for Nancy. When he asked his dad if it was too soon to feel that way, Mike remembers his father saying to him, "Too soon? Says who?" A year after that grief camp, Mike, an elementary school principal from New Jersey, and Nancy, a pre-K teacher from the Dominican Republic, were married. Their daughters wrote a story about their new family, and it was turned into this song.
Planted something great that day. They met at a field near that tree. Nava and Molly became friends forever, sharing their stories. They both have sisters, Kaya and Kiva, and loved ones up in heaven. And ever since healing hearts, their families have been together in love, healing, and hope.
Around the Sullivan home, pictures of Ed and Maria are everywhere. So too are the memories shared so openly and so often.
We met in college, actually. We went to the College of New Jersey together. We really kind of grew up together.
We were together for almost 12 years. One of the first things when we met was, can I practice my Spanish with you?
Yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book.
Oh, Ed. It warms my heart to hear you talk about Maria so affectionately, and you talk about Ed so affectionately.
We speak about them every day. We pray for them every day.
Yeah.
And that to me was powerful.
Yeah. But is it that powerful because there's no y'all without them?
Exactly. Then that's it. There was no us without them.
Once students of grief, Mike and Nancy are now teachers on the matter.
Some people do not know that grief begins at the diagnosis.
Yes.
Now when your spouses or that loved one passes or transitions, it starts right at the beginning when the diagnosis hits the family and turns the family upside down.
Nancy's written a book called Grief and Gratitude.
I enjoy his company, and I enjoy that I can talk all I want about Ed with Mike, and he's okay with that.
And can he talk as much as he wants about Maria with you?
Oh, sure. Sometimes I bring up Maria, too.
The Sullivan home in New Jersey breathes with the presence of both lost and found. Kiva, Mike's youngest, has a memorial in her room for the mom she looks just like.
All of the things my mom likes are here because she always likes sports and music, so I put that on the stands for her.
In this child's heart, there's enough room for both birth mom and Nancy, who she calls mom. What do you hope the takeaway is for people who watch this story?
Grief is a process that you have to undertake. Be sensitive. Know that all of us will go through the experience sooner or later.
I believe it was Queen Elizabeth II who said, "Grief is the price we pay for love."
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Does that mean grief is worth it?
Yes.
100%, absolutely.
100%. We want our girls to take from all of this is that we are grateful that we had them in our lives for the time that we did.
I mean, are you grateful for the grief?
The grief can be a reminder of that person, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Love, healing, and hope.
I love that they found each other, and it's so nice that they can each talk to each other about the other spouse and not feel weird about it or feel that, you know, you're taking anything away from their current relationship. And that the girls all get along too.
It's a really, really beautiful story.
Yeah, I like the message that pain and suffering and grief make ultimately life worth living. I mean, you have to go through those things to appreciate the wonderfulness that life is.
This week, as part of our Surprise Cities series, we surprised David with a ticket at the airport and challenged him to find the story in just 48 hours. Let's see what he found.
Okay, where are we going? Oh, Greenville, South Carolina.
Now, I had been to Greenville before, but this was a surprise trip, and I had just 48 hours to sniff out a story. Greenville is nestled in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. With tree-lined streets and a historic downtown, there are cascading waterfalls where the Reedy River meanders right through this charming southern city. Falls Park is where we set up our sign saying, "I'm looking for a story," with the help of my pup Paddington.
I have a story that's inspiring.
The story is that at 62 years old, I'm starting over. I have been traveling by myself. I have started disco dancing again, and I've just started really living my life just for me, which is something I've never done.
Well, I started my own pop-up record store about a year ago.
How's that going?
I found some happiness there that I didn't think was possible. So
I love hearing that.
Yeah.
I love hearing that.
Only took me 30 years.
That's all right. Some people go an entire lifetime without finding it.
One of the things I learned, if you want to change your lifestyle, make it public so
Yes.
you have people accountable to you.
That's right.
Because accountability is the one thing that helps you make that change.
Bingo.
Bingo.
That's the point.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate you're doing this.
My pleasure. Thanks for sitting.
Yeah.
Thanks for chatting. Thank you. Right about then, I noticed two little girls who had been petting Paddington earlier had come back with dolls.
Hi. So we wanted to tell you why we're here. So we're here delivering American Girl dolls, and we're delivering them to girls who were affected by Hurricane Helene. And we want to show you a video.
What's up, Appalachian families? We're going to show you some of the dolls we've been working on. This is Hallie and Caddy. They lost their entire home. This is Arabella and Bailey. A tree fell on their home and damaged a lot of things inside.
What are your names?
I'm Kenzie.
And I'm Kaylee.
And your sisters?
Yes, sir.
From
St. Cloud, Florida.
St. Cloud, Florida. And so you're here to do what?
Deliver some of the Appalachian dolls.
How old are you?
9. I'm 11.
Okay.
I'm turning 12 in May.
Okay.
And I'm turning 10 in April.
That's wonderful. You both are very good speakers. Very good speakers.
Thank you.
How do you feel doing this?
I'm very happy and excited that we get to help out.
Yeah. What does that excitement mean to you? Do you want to do more of it?
Oh, yes. Lots more.
Yes.
A lot more.
Could I meet your mom?
Yes.
Hello, Mom. What is your name?
Angela.
Hi, Angela. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Okay. So how did this all come about?
Hurricane Helene hit, and we usually try to volunteer because we're used to hurricanes where we live. We couldn't take a chainsaw up there, so we were like, well, how do we affect a girl to help them quickly? And that's through play. And so we said, well, let's do Anna the Appalachian doll. So her story is that she understands what the girls went through.
Okay.
And that she is going to be her new friend to help her, that she's brave, she is strong, and that she's gonna make it through this.
Now, the Tilshers were just passing through Greenville on their way to North Carolina to deliver more dolls.
Welcome to North Carolina!
So we joined them and the dolls on the ride into the mountains.
Hello!
And along the way, we set up an opportunity for them to get to meet some of the girls who had already received their dolls.
Oh my goodness, you guys! It is so great to meet you. Are you guys huggers?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Can I give you guys a hug?
The children, all homeschooled and close-knit, were a bit shy. But it was amazing to watch how the sisters used the dolls to break the ice.
What's your favorite thing to do with Anna?
I like to bring her in a lot of stuff.
On what was a chilly morning here in Burnsville, North Carolina, 9-year-old Addie caught my eye.
I love her so much, and she looks just like me.
Just before Hurricane Helene hit, Addie was diagnosed with alopecia. The Florida sisters knew that, and they customized a doll that mirrored her.
For her to get a doll that represents something
Yes.
that she's going through is, I mean, this whole initiative, they've brought undescribable joy to so many little girls.
Like 13-year-old Autumn, who cradles her doll in a way that symbolizes both hope and confidence.
I used to go to this Girl Scout thing. I wouldn't bring my doll because I was scared people my age would think I was weird or something. But I guess it's fine. It's my doll, it's my choice what I do with it.
As the dolls gave way to precious child's play, the moms, who are the homeschool teachers, reflected on this lesson in kindness, which, no matter how small, can move mountains.
We've just been through a lot. And because of these dolls, we were able to still give my daughter something special on Christmas. Something that we probably wouldn't have been able to do otherwise.
What were you trying to teach these two sweeties?
So that is the biggest thing. So for them, it's character building. And it keeps them looking at the other people always and not themselves. And so I really needed something for them to feel like that they were participating that's bigger than themselves, because it's not about us. That's ultimately the reason why this was started, was how can I incorporate them to bless others?
Well, y'all are a blessing.
Thank you.
David said it right. Y'all are a blessing.
David's amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like we sent him there almost on a dare. Like, here's a surprise ticket to a place. See what you can find.
Find a story.
And he sets up a chair, and that's a great story to come through there. They're from Florida. They knew they couldn't bring a chainsaw to help clear out and help people recover from Hurricane Helene there in the Carolinas. So they brought dolls instead.
Yeah,
They lost
and
everything.
I know the parents try to do the best they can to help their kids out, but it's funny how little kids know what little kids need.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Dolls make everything better. That's the moral of that story. Thank you, David, again.
Well, today, CBS News contributor David Begnaud brings us to a small community in Idaho for a story that shows just how far a little kindness can go.
At the last remaining video store in Pocatello, Idaho, the curtains have closed. And the final act in the story of the video stop, a staple in Pocatello for more than 30 years, had to do with the owner, David Craning, figuring out how he would tell his best customer that it was over.
Hello.
You see, Christina Kavanaugh's day, every day for the last 20 years or so, has been to rent a movie from the video stop, often the same movies, around the same time every afternoon.
She doesn't ask for very much. She asks for very little. So when she does express herself, I try and accommodate her. Did you have a good day?
That's Toni Kavanaugh, Christina's mom. Her life is dedicated to Christina, who has Down syndrome and is mostly nonverbal.
Are you crying again?
Every night, like clockwork, Christina eats her dinner and watches her movies. Now, getting them could not be easier. From their house to the video stop, it's only about a 1-minute drive. And Christina doesn't even need the movies. Toni owns most of them. But that's not the point of the story.
She won't watch the ones here. She'll only watch them if they're from the video store.
It's all about the routine, which is essential for Christina's happiness.
I think it's comforting.
Not so comforting was the reality Dave was facing.
Last year, just looking at the financials at the end of the year, it's like it just wasn't sustainable.
So he knew what he had to do with the business. But about Christina.
This was one of my first jobs. I remember back in high school, her bringing her daughter in, getting the movies, and it's been that long.
He probably should have closed sooner. Oh dear. But he kept it open for her.
So you won't be surprised to hear what Dave did next. He owns the convenience store next door to the video stop. So inside, he dedicated a section as Christina's Corner. He put up some shelving and a display of DVDs to make it just like what she's used to seeing. And then Dave put Christina's favorite movies front and center.
That somebody would do something so kind for her specifically like that. He wasn't thinking about anything else except her. And that's huge. If you love my child, I love you.
Tony says Pocatello has been the best place to raise Christina.
You got your pretties on.
Because the people here treat them like family. And few better than Dave and his team.
Come here, Christina.
Who are waiting every day around 3:30 p.m. when Christina comes walking through that door and now heads for her corner.
Hey, Dave.
Where she grabs the movie, walks to the register, and checks it out herself.
2, 0.
Even pays the bill.
Good job. Sign your name, okay?
And just before leaving, does this.
You are so very welcome, Christina.
A powerful gesture that says everything she might want to say. Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll have a wonderful rest of your
You
day.
as well. See you tomorrow.
This is what I love about storytelling. One person does something simple for somebody else, and it makes millions of people smile.
And so do you, Dave.
Hey, that's
that was
you
a
every
beautiful
week.
story. Thank you.
Really nice.
That's you on a Monday, David
Yeah, it's called Begnaud's America.
Thank you, David.
This morning, CBS News contributor David Begnaud will show us an 11-year-old with a big dream. More than 30 years ago, this young immigrant wanted to interview the President of the United States. This improbable request led to what he calls the never-ending gift, and now it's changing lives for another generation.
You got a grilling? Yeah, no. I haven't heard about you guys. I'm terrified.
That interviewer, who terrified President Bill Clinton,
And you're from Missouri, right?
Right.
was an 11-year-old boy.
It all began with the letter to Bill Clinton asking for an interview.
That's Kevin Nazemi back in 1993 when he was just a sixth grader. He and his family were new to the United States, having immigrated from Iran for a better life, he says.
When you came to the U.S., you spoke no English.
I spoke no English.
And that means, as his teacher said at the time, he didn't really know what the word impossible meant.
And then try to give you some easier questions. Right?
Because a child getting an interview with the President of the United States? I mean, come on.
Questions will be,
But that is exactly what Kevin and his friend Sam Bornhauser came up with.
Kids in our 8, Columbia.
For a class project that teamed up kids from the local TV station at the University of Missouri, KOMU, to make these reports.
I sent off a letter to the White House, and I got a coloring book back. And so I decided to call the White House, and I still remember the number, 202-456-7150.
He got through to a 23-year-old junior staffer named Dave Anderson.
His tone was demanding. It never felt like, pretty please, can I get an interview with the president? It was much more, when can I get the interview with the president? Like, that was it. He was going to get the interview. And the letter outlined other interviews he was going to get. He was going to interview Gorbachev. He was going to interview Nelson Mandela.
Kevin says he called you almost every day for 2 weeks. He would call in the morning before school, and he would call in the afternoon after school.
Yeah. I remember he called all the time. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, Kevin. Like, I don't have anything new today.
This guy took your call.
He took my call and he treated me seriously and with kindness and encouragement.
Until one day, Kevin got called to the principal's office.
It was Dave on the phone, and he said, you've been granted an interview with the president. Can you get to Cleveland?
Did you think, oh, this will be good for the president? Him
No,
with a kid,
no,
it'll
no.
have him come off looking good.
No, what I thought was, I love this kid. I want to make this happen, because it's a better world when a little kid can ask the president some questions. Simple as that.
Now, at that point, Kevin hadn't even told his parents what he was working on. And he had just 3 days to prepare for an 8-minute interview with the leader of the free world. They collected questions from their classmates and chronicled their trip to Cleveland,
Here it is.
where the pair stayed up a bit past their bedtime
Yeah, it's 1:10 a.m. right now.
the night before the biggest day of their lives.
With Sam on the camera, I began my questioning of the 42nd president.
Mr. President, what advice would you give for kids that want to become president one day?
Study very hard in school. Develop your mind.
Are you putting any money aside for the rainforest? Well, how will your education plan attract the best people to become teachers? If you could make one lot for the United States, just one lot, what would it be?
I would pass an economic policy that would make our families secure.
They talked forever. The president loved him. And I was like, whew.
Kevin went home with enough for a half-hour special.
Sam and I were impressed that the president had prepared for our interview and spent some extra time chatting with us. Rex and Angela, back to you.
Hey, that's great. I'm going to look out for my job. I've got some competition here.
That kid, who came to America with a dream, went on to MIT, then Harvard Business School.
We built a health insurance that was simple from
and then founded 4 startups, including the latest one called Charlie, which reimagines banking for older Americans. What you did with the president, you think, put you on this path to success.
Absolutely.
And Kevin never forgot that White House staffer who put him on that path.
We got to narrow it down because we don't have that much time.
You were so cute.
Kevin and Dave became and have remained really good friends. So Dave wasn't the least bit surprised when Kevin called one day asking for the exact spelling of the names of Dave's kids, Noah and Maddie. But Dave was stunned when he got a note in the mail explaining why.
Dave. Many thanks for letting me take a swing in my field of dreams so many years ago. Your doing so opened up my mind and eyes to what is possible. He had set up these college funds for my kids. And it just floored me. Still does.
And as those college funds grew, so did Dave's kids. Noah's now a high school senior, but he and his sister have never had a chance to meet the man who believed in their futures.
Hey, can I hug you?
Just as their father had once believed in him.
I can't tell you guys how nice it is to meet you. I've heard so much about you, how awesome you are.
You know, obviously you've contributed to their future, and Noah has now decided where he's going to go to college.
Fantastic.
I'm going to Mississippi State.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
It's just like reassuring that like someone else out there that we hardly even know just like wanted to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my honor. What I've done is so small compared to what your dad's done for me. Thank you for the never-ending gift that started with me, but being passed on to so many others. You mean the world to me, and I still, to this day, ask myself, can I be as good as Dave was? Can I be as patient as Dave was? Would I pick up the phone? Would I give somebody who is pursuing their dream the space to explore that you gave me?
I could not love this story anymore. So you might be wondering, has anybody told Bill Clinton what happened with this young boy? As it turns out, we reunited Kevin and the former president last week.
Hi, Kevin. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you. I still remember when you came to interview me. I still remember when Dave Anderson said we should do it. And my staff looked like this, and I said, no, this is a good idea. Let's do this.
The opportunity that you provided for me convinced me that you set really, really big goals and be persistent towards them. And certainly the generosity and the honesty in the experience of sitting down with you showcased for me traits that I've tried to carry forward in my professional and personal life.
I have a very clear memory of the conversation we had before I met you about whether it was a good idea. And I said, if he's worked this hard, this is a good idea, and he'll give us a good interview. And you know, I didn't always get the best press, so I knew at least I'd get a straight interview from you.
Thank you for everything.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, you're too kind.
We need more people like you.
It's so kind of you.
God bless
Thank
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wow. There's so many layers to this story, David. It's not just Dave Anderson who gave this young man this opportunity because he was so persistent. There's the immigrant story aspect of this story. And kudos to President Clinton for treating the interview seriously.
Yeah,
he didn't
he did.
patronize Kevin when he gave him those answers. And that all led to that moment where he funded Dave's kids' education. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was a full circle moment. And I want to say in closing, here's to all the pests, all the people who they say you're demanding and you're persistent, you won't stop. This is for you guys. Keep persisting, keep pushing, because this is the kind of stuff that can happen. That young immigrant boy has gone on to change a lot for people in their lives. And bravo to the opportunity of giving him the chance to dream big.
And I love that he still remembers the White House number.
I just dialed it. I just dialed it. Yeah, I dialed it.
This week, he goes to Louisiana for a reunion years in the making, a tearful homecoming wrapped in sacrifice, second chances, and the power of strangers who turn into family. David says that what you're about to see may restore your faith in humanity.
It's an early morning on the bayou as Roberta Bell arrives in Louisiana, her heart pounding.
Oh, I'm so anxious to see Kason.
Kason is the baby she raised from birth 2 years ago. His birth mother, Katie, who was incarcerated, asked Miss Bell to care for him.
She wanted someone that would just keep the baby until it was her time to get out.
At that time, Roberta Bell was a correctional officer at the Louisiana Women's Prison where Katie was incarcerated. She says she told her supervisor what she was going to do.
I said, if the hospital called me to come get that baby, I'm going to get that baby. And he said, well, okay, I'm going to have to terminate you.
Was it the right thing to do?
Oh, it was definitely the right thing to do. And if I had to do it all over again, I would do it.
She did it to keep Kason out of foster care. But after a brief reunion with his mother post-prison, addiction landed Katie back in jail, and Kason in foster care after all.
When I heard it, it just broke my heart because I had sacrificed to make sure that he would be taken care of.
Now this is where Skylar Moore and Christian Moore come in. They became Kason's foster parents.
This was basically her baby. You know, she had him for the first couple months of his life, and now she didn't know where he was, what could have happened to him. And like in my heart, I told my husband, I was like, I can't let her go to sleep another night not knowing that he's safe.
So she wrote to her to say just that.
A person that didn't even know me, didn't even know how to get in touch with me, but she found me. She found me. And so that meant so much to me.
I got sunglasses.
Kason was placed in the right foster home because his biological sister was already living there. But for nearly 2 years, Roberta Bell was not allowed to see the boy she used to sing to sleep. State officials wouldn't allow it. So there she waited anxiously, outside that courthouse on that day, to see him again, for what we told her was going to be a court-appointed visit. There was already buzz among law enforcement about her being there.
Okay. You are a special lady. I have heard your story.
Oh, thank you.
You are so special.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, across the parking lot, Miss Bell saw him, and her reaction said it all.
Hey, my baby, come here, man, come here. Oh, come here. It's okay, Mom. Oh, my God.
Kaysen didn't really seem to recognize Miss Bell, but she held him close anyway. This was not going to be just a visit. It was Adoption Day, and Roberta Bell was going to be the guest of honor.
Hey, dear man. Hey, how you doing?
Miss Bell had no idea that Christian and Skylar had applied to adopt Kaysen.
So much. Oh, thank you.
Was it a nice surprise?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Inside, Judge Jeffrey Cash made it official.
Oh, there's some beautiful people. They're very good people. My prayer was that he be put with somebody that's gonna love him as their own and take care of him and make sure that he grows up to be what he needs to be.
Oh, it's just a happy day. It's a day of final realization that things are safe for him, and him coming to us was a blessing in total.
Christian is now the legal father that Kaysen was born without, and his deep gratitude towards Miss Bell comes with the weight of that responsibility.
You put yourself through so much. It's very respectable and it's very honorable. That's how I look at it. I'm so thankful for what she did, for what she sacrificed, and what she's pushing forward to do in the future for him.
In the end, it's not just about a baby. It's about a village, a love without conditions, and about strangers all becoming family.
There's no telling how many Christmases she'll pop up, birthdays, holidays. You know, might just come home from work one day and boom, Miss Bell's here.
Oh, they found their forever home. David, that's such a nice story.
Yeah, really.
What can you tell us about the biological mother? Where is she?
So, well, she is now out of jail. She has gone through some addiction issues and is working to get her life back on track. You know, Kaysen, the best thing is he's being raised with his sister, his biological sister in that home, and he has a great life. I'm telling y'all, if there was a human Hall of Fame, Roberta Bell would be right there in it. What a remarkable, remarkable lady.
Yeah, and I love the foster parents now, his permanent parents, and
his forever family.
Forever home. But I love how he said, Miss Bell is here. I like that.
Right.
Something tells me she might pop up a time or two. Beautiful story.
You can count on it.
All right, David, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Today, an exclusive. David Begnaud sits down with Gus Walz, the son of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who, of course, stole the spotlight during last year's Democratic National Convention. The emotional moment went viral, and now, for the first time, Gus is ready to talk about that night and speak openly about a learning difference that is often misunderstood.
It lasted 30 seconds, but captured the hearts of millions.
It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States.
As Minnesota Governor Tim Walz addressed the nation from the Democratic National Convention last year.
Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
His words reached the nation, but it was his son Gus who touched us all. Feeling the intensity of that moment, we all saw him say, "That's my dad." You could see it simply as a son bursting with pride, but what came next made it more than that. Some people saw the raw emotion and responded with compassion. Others, cruelty. Then came clarity. The family shared something personal. 18-year-old Gus has a nonverbal learning disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and an anxiety disorder. Conditions that millions of people live with, but are often misunderstood.
Are you excited?
Very excited.
Now, from his home, the governor's mansion in St. Paul, Minnesota, Gus is ready to speak for himself.
I'm excited to show people who I am and just kind of what I do and what I've done and just about me.
Take me back to that moment. What do you remember?
It was crazy. And I'm like looking at my mom and I'm like, you know, that's my dad. He's right there. He's right in front of all of America, all these people chanting our last name. It was super overwhelming because to me, he's just regular old dad, you know, just normal dad, golfs with me, make food, clean the cars, everything like that. And in that moment, it was something bigger. It was just surreal.
There were some people who were mean about it. What do you remember about that?
I just kind of ignored it, I guess, was the only way to put it. I just continued to do what I do. I just blocked it out because I was just being emotional. Like, there's nothing wrong with showing emotions. And if people are going to say there's something wrong with that, then those are not the people that I want to be associated with.
Amen.
So kind of just blocked that out.
Gus's mom, Gwen Walz, Minnesota's first lady and a former teacher, explained things this way.
If someone has dyslexia, that's on one side of the brain. The nonverbal learning disorder is the other side of the brain. And that's where maybe reading facial cues or understanding vocal tone or understanding gestures, but everything that is not spoken is part of that nonverbal learning disorder. And sometimes people think that it's that you can't speak.
I thought that's what it meant.
Yeah,
I thought,
know.
oh, he doesn't speak.
Yeah, no.
So when you said, oh, he talks plenty, I was like, oh, well, we got that wrong.
Yeah. He talks all the time.
Benny? Good morning. I think some people think like I'm a little slow and like I'm not like a normal kid. And I think that I'm like one of the most normal people that you could find.
Gus was diagnosed in the 6th grade.
Routine really helps me, you know, consistency. So I think my mom and me were like, all right, let's go try and figure some stuff out. And that's really kind of what started us getting super, super close. We figured out, you know, I have challenges, but it also gives me strengths in other areas. And we've figured out how to use each of those.
What was one of the hardest times for you where you felt like people weren't treating you well?
I don't know. I try to just look out of it, try not to think about that. You know, you always make it out of there's bad days, there's good days.
I think in 6th grade basketball, you had a coach who didn't understand, and he ended up saying to all the kids on the team that Gus was not the kind of kid that you should be friends with. And you had one friend, another friend on that team, who stood up for you. But that was devastating at that time for you because you pride yourself on being a good friend.
Gus found some of his closest friends and joy in high school volleyball.
I'm here.
So we're heading to a game this evening.
You like driving? I love driving.
Yeah, me too.
So I got something for you.
Uh-oh, what you got?
I keep these in my car. My dad gave them to me.
Okay.
Only special people get them.
Okay.
For you and your partner.
Thanks, man. What is this?
My dad's official coin.
Dude, thank you. This is like, these are nice coins.
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
The Great Seal of the State of... Thank you, Gus.
Yeah, and then look at the back.
Okay. Tim Walz, Office of the Governor.
There you go.
Man, these are special. Thank you.
There you go.
Gus is thoughtful and intentional in choosing his own path. As the first son of Minnesota, he helped to spotlight boys volleyball in a state where it wasn't even an official high school league sport until this year. Volleyball wasn't even on the family's radar. His dad coached football.
Yes.
It blew me away when he said, I'm going to become good at volleyball, and he did it. We've become a volleyball family because Gus just decided he was going to become good at it. Pretty amazing. I appreciate this about Gus. He recognizes the situation he's in. He wants to earn things on his own.
You know, in a world where we tell kids to stand out, I get the sense that in a good way, Gus wants to just fit in.
That's exactly right.
What do people put in mac and cheese?
Mac and cheese.
We put in a lot of cheese.
Can't go wrong with
okay,
cheese.
Though. We've been trying to eat healthy, but
it hasn't been working.
Have you ever done an interview?
No.
You've never done an interview. What do you want America to know about Gus Walz?
That I am a normal kid who likes to play volleyball, loves his family, loves his friends, and likes to help people out.
Good to see you. Morning. How you doing? Good.
Do you find that who you are and what makes you unique actually helps you or works in your favor?
There's definitely some big strengths. And some of those, like I'm really good at making relationships with people. One of the things that I'm not as good at is picking up on like nonverbal cues. Like when somebody, you know, says like they're done or they're ready to be done, sometimes I can't tell if they're being serious or not.
Give me an example.
like a volleyball ref. Sometimes I'll do something wrong and they'll go up and they'll be like, hey, you gotta knock that off. But I'm like, oh, they're just like, messing. And then I'll go back and I'll do it again and, get in a little bit more trouble. So what I've learned is a strength for me is to make that relationship before the game. So like I'll go up and greet the ref before the game and be like, hey, like this is me, like sometimes I this. How you doing?
Gus and his mom practice reading people's social cues in public.
Like if they're looking away, not making a lot of eye contact, like maybe they're ready to be done with the conversation.
Yep.
Just stuff like that. A lot of just practice, some therapy, stuff like that.
All right, Gus, I got the back here too. I'm going to do the outside on the detail while you do that. It takes an incredible amount of strength. I think about this because look, Gwen and I were concerned at some point, and we're just so happy for him. He's got an undefeated volleyball team. He's, central to that team. He's helped build that around here in a way that's, it's impressive.
Which suit is it that you're going to wear?
His bond with his parents is tight.
What tie?
Black.
I'm not sure.
All right, then whatever you think is best.
They are as relatable as it comes. A typical family with mom and son debating over what he should wear.
Just sit down. I'll go on the other side. Just take a minute, just so we see where we are going into the weekend.
And when he should study.
Okay? Come on.
I'm not doing that.
Gus!
A minor disagreement
Gus, why
that
not?
should not be misunderstood.
Your mom, she your best friend?
Yeah, most definitely. Just whatever I need, my mom's there. And she's the most important person in my life.
What do you want to do with your life?
Help people.
So what's next for Gus Walz?
There you go.
Graduating high school.
All right. What do you think?
I think they're fine. You think it will go good with the purple?
But before that, he had a surprise he was planning.
So I hear that tonight there may be some plans in addition to volleyball?
There's a promposal going on after.
Okay, please, give me the lowdown.
All right, I've been talking to this girl.
Okay.
Her name's Eleanor,
Okay.
really nice girl.
Okay.
And gonna ask her to prom.
Okay. And what do we think she might say?
I hope it's a yes. Will you go to prom with me? Let's go!
Congrats for coming back. Good job.
David, I loved everything about that story,
That was
including
great.
the promposal. He said, you were talking about standing out. He stands out in the best of ways, but he also fits in. He's so mature and so poised. What a great introduction.
I thought America needed to know it, Gail. I had met his mother, and she was telling me all about him and bragging on him and how he does, and I thought, wait a minute, America needs to know this. I got it wrong when I saw him on television making that remark, and I just was completely wrong. And I thought, well, if I was wrong, a few people might have been as well, so we should tell this story and let him speak for himself.
Yeah.
David, do you think America also needs to know that it's okay for a young boy to show emotions, or a young man, or men in general to show emotions?
100%, brother. And it has nothing to do with having a nonverbal learning disorder. Doing that and being comfortable to do it is a very alpha masculine thing.
Boy, you and Gus educated a lot of people today, David. A lot of people.
Do you know how prom went, David?
Well, it's this weekend, Tony. It's this weekend. So, Gus, good luck. And Gus, thank you for trusting us to be your first interview and opening up. I think you're going to change a lot of hearts around America and help make a lot of people feel seen.
Well, you repaid that trust, David. Really nicely done. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bryant Lynn, a professor at Stanford University, received a life-changing diagnosis. In response, he decided to teach his students about it, giving them a raw look at his very personal fight against cancer.
You know you're old when your kids can beat you at stuff.
Last year, Dr. Bryant Lynn had a lingering cough, and he thought it might be allergies. 6 weeks later, it was confirmed to be stage 4 lung cancer.
You had a lot of disease here.
Have you ever smoked?
Never smoked.
You ever been around people who smoke?
Not really.
And here's the twist. Dr. Lynn has spent many years as a professor at Stanford University, researching and teaching about non-smoker lung cancer.
Completely, very important. Ironically, I become the poster child for the disease.
You're warning people about it, and here you are. The odds of you getting it are what?
So the odds, it's interesting. For Asians now, we're thinking that the odds are higher. Asian women have twice the rate of non-smoker lung cancer than non-Asian women.
Dr. Lin made a surprising decision. He created a Stanford course based around his diagnosis and
Since I was
treatment.
diagnosed, I have stage 4 cancer, which is not curable. I will highly likely die of this cancer or something related to this cancer. It may be 1 year, it may be 2 years, it may be 5 years, I really don't know. I promised myself I wouldn't choke up, and now I'm choking up.
So you get a terminal diagnosis and you decide, well, I'm gonna go teach about it.
Sounds crazy, right? Yeah.
Dr. Lin doesn't like to give advice.
But I'll ask you to share with us the lessons that you find work best for you.
This is one thing. People come up to me, how come you're so happy? How come you're so positive? I think partially because of my attitude. And I think one, of course, I was born that way. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy, jolly. But two, I think try to be kind. It's easy to forget to be kind when you're sick. It's easy to forget to be kind when you're not feeling well, when you're busy, when life has you down.
He opened the course with a letter written by one of his former patients, which underscores the type of doctor he hopes these students will become.
So dearest Dr. Lin, I wanted to thank you so much for taking such good care of me in my old age. You treated me as you would treat your own father, and I received this letter 2 weeks after he died. He spent time writing a letter for me during his last days of life. In a way, this class is part of my letter, part of what I'm doing to give back to my community.
What was the lesson you were trying to teach?
One thing I observed early on is even though I knew what a patient goes through as a doctor, I didn't really know. So I wanted to kind of rebalance the proportion of what medical students see in a typical class in medical school.
In week 3 of his college course, Dr. Lin, who is a primary care physician, shared his chemotherapy journey, giving students a raw, behind-the-scenes look into the emotion and physical toll of cancer.
You're almost done. Just make sure you get every drop.
Feeling okay, a little nauseous, avoiding the Chipotle today because of that.
You more focused on living or preparing for death?
Living. So this is something I think surprised students in the class. There's tiles and their letters.
What matters to you these days?
Number one, time with family.
With a Z, I know is a word.
Dr. Lin and his wife, Christine, are parents to 17-year-old Dominic and 13-year-old Atticus.
Triple 18.
They have both been candid with the boys about his diagnosis and the prognosis.
I'll just read the last few paragraphs.
Okay.
Dr. Lin has saved letters that he's written for his boys for a time he knows is coming.
There are things we can't control, like health. Gratitude can provide an overarching goodness as you build your lives. Whether I'm here or not, what I want you to know is that I love you. Of the many things I've done that have given my life meaning, being your daddy is the greatest of all. This letter would not be complete if it didn't include how essential your mom is in our lives. Listen to her, and if I'm not around, you have to take care of her. I love you all.
At the end of the 10-week course,
Yet today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of this earth.
the 50-year-old Dr. Lin read for his students another letter, inspired by Lou Gehrig's farewell.
When you have students and former residents reaching out to pray for you, chant with you, and wish you well, that's something. When you have a father and mother who worked all their lives to send you to medical school, it's a blessing. When you have a wife who's been a tower of strength and shown more courage than you dream existed, that's the finest I know. So I close in saying that I may have had a tough break, but I have an awful lot to live for. Thank you, and it's been an honor.
Wow, I don't even know what to say about that. That's one of the best ones I've seen. It's one of those things we know we're all going to die, but when you know that, when you know that your time is finite, you keep hoping against hope that maybe something will change here. This man, what Dr. Lin is doing and how he's living his life and the lessons that he's teaching us all.
And if you know, what are you doing with that time?
Yeah.
What are you doing with that time? Earlier this year, David met 102-year-old Beatrice Stieber. during a chance encounter at the Chicago airport. Now, that impromptu interview captured the hearts of millions. So David went back to Chicago to meet with Beatrice, and she was ready with some wisdom and a few secrets to a long and joyful life.
Here's a bee.
Y'all meet my buddy, Beatrice Stieber.
Good?
We met at the Chicago airport just a few months ago.
Oh, David, I watch CBS. I love
Her daughter-in-law introduced me to this 102-year-old Jim.
I never paid attention to age, never.
I asked her her secret to longevity.
I drove until I was 98. You roll with the punches.
Amen.
That's the truth.
Amen. But any secrets, anything you did that you think...
The secret to me
Yep.
is attitude and gratitude. Attitude and gratitude. Attitude and gratitude.
I love that. I posted her bits of wisdom on social media, and there were nearly 9 million views and some 17,000 comments. The people wanted more Beatrice, so I flew back to Chicago, where she's lived since 1953.
Oh, Mel.
She was married to her late husband, Robert, for 52 years. They raised 2 sons, Jay, 77, and Dean, who's 68.
Ken takes very good care of me.
She's so well beloved here in the building. Her mind is so sharp, I would never take her as to be 100+ years old.
I tell you, I'm always taken for 70. Not only that, there are a couple 70s that look like they're 102.
Beatrice still grocery shops for herself and deep cleans the apartment she has lived in for more than 40 years.
Want an egg? Okay. Tell Grace she should come and eat.
This one?
Who is it?
It's David.
Oh, David. All right, wait a minute.
Okay. Look at you!
Hello!
You look fantastic.
Hello, you gorgeous.
You look fantastic. Hello, my dear.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you. Where you been?
Are you ready for a field trip? Let's go.
Our first stop was her favorite pizzeria.
Look what this young girl said. Beatrice is my life goals. I love her attitude. Oh, Beatrice, you are my inspiration. What did everybody think when you went viral on social media?
I got a million calls. I saw you on top. I got a letter from someone I never met.
When you met me in the airport, you probably didn't know what to think. You were just like, here's this guy asking.
Oh, you came over. You were you're delicious. What can I tell you? The word is delicious.
With all she's seen in 102 years, her view on life is not complicated. It's profoundly simple.
When you plod along.
You plod along.
And you find the humor, and you say thank you for the trees, thank you for the rain, thank you for life. Life is a miracle.
And thank you for random encounters at the airport.
Up next, I surprised her with some of her social media fans.
Beatrice, you are amazing.
That's Danielle from Long Island, New York.
I live in a world where I couldn't even imagine the response. We met by accident.
I watch it every day. Every day. You bring a smile. I shared it with my friends, my family. You have brought so much joy, and I really thank you so much for bringing light to this dark world, you know? You're amazing!
Thank you, sweetheart.
Attitude is gratitude.
It better not go to my head.
Attitude is gratitude.
Next was Carmel from New Jersey.
That she changed my life for the better. Sometimes I used to be a little bit sad, but when after I see her, I want to live. I want to live. Especially when you say, attitude is gratitude.
Yeah. Everybody loved her line, attitude and gratitude. That is one of her secrets. Oh, and we had one more.
Are you going here to what? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Happy birthday to you.
we met her family at her favorite restaurant to celebrate her 102nd and a half birthday.
Happy birthday to you and many more.
Because she is just the kind of person you want to celebrate every moment you get.
Make a wish.
I will. Thank you, God.
CBS News contributor David Begnaud is sharing a story close to his own heart. Just like thousands of students each and every year, David found his voice as a teenager competing in high school speech and debate. You may not be surprised to learn that David made it all the way to the national finals. He discovered the power the sport had to transform his life and the lives of others.
Hooray! A culprit could not
That was me in 2000, in my dad's suit, I think.
David Begnaud.
Suddenly, on the biggest stage of my life. And it's the same place that Oprah, Brad Pitt, Stephen Colbert, and 3 Supreme Court justices, all in part, got their start. High school speech and debate.
Class dismissed.
And as the new documentary, Speak, shows,
The causes, effects, and solutions.
it provides a platform and a purpose
We live in a country.
for teenagers looking to tell their own story. It helped me to find my own voice.
Des Moines!
And now I'm lucky to be the MC for the tournament every year.
For the first time in the history of the National Speech and Debate Association, we have a 3-time champion in original oratory.
That's Esther Oetunji. You are like the Tom Brady of original oratory.
Thank you. Who are the top dogs?
Esther. That's Sam Schaefer and Noah Chaldinova, 2 of 5 students that the film follows as they compete in original oratory.
So it's a 10-minute and 30-second speech where essentially you are trying to convince the audience that there is a certain problem we need to fix in the world.
Politicians claim to protect children, yet 9 million kids live below the poverty line.
The power of speech and debate is that there's so many different perspectives and just so many different life stories. And that's why listening is my favorite part.
We brought the 3 star performers together to listen and talk about speech with Scott One, who runs the National Speech and Debate Association. We all met at the Ron Clark Academy, a Hogwarts-inspired middle school in Atlanta.
When I start speech and debate and I look at my first videos, I'm not the same person like people see up on that stage. And to take someone who was shy but had a lot to say and be able to progress and learn how to, how do I argue for myself and for other people? How do I learn to convey stories and say people's stories in a way that's honest but also ethical? Those aren't skills you get to learn how to do in any other environment but speech and debate. But it's also super competitive because you're competing against the top of the nation.
4th grade teachers were fatally shot as they shielded their babies from gunfire.
It's semi-paradoxical in the sense that you're there because you beat me. You're there because a bunch of people decided you were better at this than I did, and yet I would not have anybody else on the stage than you.
Probably one of the greatest lessons they all learn is how to lose, how to have their thoughts challenged. It's pretty cutthroat, but also pretty awesome.
Doing speech in high school really prepares you for everything, whether it be a job interview, being able to confront people when you don't feel comfortable in something. Our professional league is life.
We can see nostalgic legislation yanking us backward.
The film features Sam giving a speech about what he sees as the dangers of weaponizing nostalgia.
Nostalgic thinking is often cloaked as a morality crisis.
When I watched the movie, I thought, that's a guy who has found what sets his soul on fire.
100%, and it's speech, it's advocacy, and it is empowering people around me.
And my father's nostalgia for bonfires and brotherhood blinded him to his queer son's reality.
You were very transparent in ways that I don't think I would have had the courage to be at your age.
I mean, I have speech to thank for that. Speech, like really no other activity, is so subjective and so vulnerable because it's just you.
Listen to us, please.
And that vulnerability is what also allows Noah to perform what I would call a public therapy session.
In the film, your intensity is on full display.
Oh, there's nothing that you can.
I know. I get intense, and I think a lot of us get intense because, like, it's a chance to competitively fight for something you believe in.
I gave a speech where I talked about how my mom died.
Your mother died by suicide.
Yes.
And you...
Thank you for the language you're using, by the way.
Absolutely. And you were very honest in your speech about it.
How messed up does the world actually have to be to convince a mother that her son's life, that my life is better without her in it?
What point were you trying to get across?
Grown people, like adults, women, like would come up to me and be like, yeah, your mom's going to hell. You are complicit to something that was very, very wrong. So I entered the year being like, no, this is a right, like we have to respect them. We can't stop suicide by condemning it as evil.
It sounds to me like your speech did as much for you as the point you were trying to make to others.
I mean, it did. Like, it helped me along my grief journey a lot. Like, it took me from somebody who was scorned and just trying to get people to understand that I don't hate my mother because of the way she died. And it took me to somebody who could advocate to keep people on Earth, right? And I think that's a journey that was facilitated and really only happened because I was giving the speech.
But don't stop suicide by labeling it as something evil. Stop it by making the alternative life better.
This is a pathway to train people for leadership.
Yes.
This is a pathway to teach listening, empathy,
yes.
And it will be the key, I truly believe, over the next 100 years to the success of our world. There's no doubt about it. Let them speak, because when they speak, they grow, and them growing is what our future needs.
Amen, Mr. One. And we are celebrating 100 years of speech and debate with the national tournament this week in Des Moines, Iowa. I am headed to Des Moines tomorrow to crown some more national champions. What'd you guys think?
Oh, man,
wow.
Dave.
Incredible.
Number one, I love seeing you back in high school as a debater. The whole time I'm watching this, I couldn't believe that these young people are in high school, number one. And number two, it's not often that it's described as cutthroat and awesome, but it makes so much sense when you're watching. They were all so strong and so powerful, all the three students you highlighted. Wow. That's what I thought.
Gail, I'm
What'd
telling you,
think,
it is
Toby?
remarkable how people
Yes.
who compete in speech and debate go on to be some of the best, most successful people in this world.
I get it.
I think it's irreplaceable. I mean, I feel like it should be a mandatory part of high school because the ability to think clearly, one, write clearly, but then most importantly, David, the ability to occupy space on stage, deliver your thoughts, and then also receive feedback on them.
And then also consider that while we are ushering in this new age of technology and kids are leaning on text messages and losing their voice because the tech is speaking for them.
Or the emoji is speaking for them.
Right.
I tell you, I want to see that documentary now.
I'm going to watch it.
Too.
I want to see that.
I will. I'll watch it with my kids.
David, love that one. Thank you very much.
CBS News contributor, that's David Begnaud, is sharing a story very close to his own heart. As a former high school speech and debate champ, of course he was.
Yes, not surprised.
Yeah, not surprised, Adriana, at all. Last week, David introduced us to the students who found their voices through the competitions, but they didn't do it alone. Nobody does. Today, David is back with the story of a coach who started multiple speech programs that are changing lives today. As you're about to see, we decided to change hers.
What? It was a heartfelt surprise that brought this longtime speech and debate teacher to tears. A well-deserved tribute for an unsung hero.
They posted? Yeah.
Deb Gowie is one of the stars of the new documentary Speak, which shines a spotlight on this unique and empowering sport.
There's something in the water here.
She coaches in rural West Texas.
One kid didn't even own a suitcase before we started traveling. They have dirt floors. We have students that don't have heat or water. This is true poverty.
But Deb knew if they just found their voice, she could do the rest.
And I'd pay for the hotel rooms, the food.
When they sense a storm.
The single mother, who is a breast cancer survivor, even paid their entry fees with money that she saved from selling her own home to move here.
What was it last year? Y'all aren't going to make it to state. What'd we do? Made it to state. They're not gonna make it to nationals. What'd we do? We made it to nationals.
But she admits they barely made it to nationals. In that minibus Deb drove herself.
And when we pulled up in our little awkward minibus, they were like, who's Brownfield? And what are they doing here? And we went, hi world, nice to meet you.
And that student right there in the front row wasn't just her team's top performer.
Hey, don't let that get in your head.
Come on.
She's also Deb's daughter, Noor, whose senior year speech was about someone else very dear to them.
Everyone views him as a roadblock in our way, when really he's just a passenger riding beside us.
That passenger, who's also often a passenger on Deb's bus, is her son, Noah.
Day 8. Day 16. Today is day 21.
Noah can spend months at a time in the hospital because of a severe form of epilepsy called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which leads him to have seizures. Noah needs about 24 medicines every day, and Deb lovingly attends to his every need, all the while coming to terms with the reality that she may lose him.
Here we go.
You see, kids with Noah's condition often die from seizures in their sleep. So Deb and Noor took turns staying awake with him.
And I know this sounds terrible, but what has helped was watching other parents lose their children, because I see how strong they are. And I think we can do this.
And to help her do it, we decided to surprise Deb over the weekend in Des Moines, Iowa on her sport's biggest stage, at the National Speech and Debate Tournament, where I was proud to serve as MC.
Deb, you are the quintessential unsung hero. You are an extraordinary mother, an extraordinary coach, and you are an inspirational figure for those of us watching the way you love your son and what you do for him. And I told my friends at Canva about you, and they love unsung heroes. And so Deb, Canva is sending you back to Texas with $100,000. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I'm just in disbelief. Like, we're $4 million in medical debt right now. And so, Noah just got out of the hospital. He spent 5 months in the hospital, and Noor and I took turns being at bedside. It's been a stressful year.
A hard year indeed, that was just made a little bit easier by Canva and the NSDA, the National Speech and Debate Association, which is run by Scott One.
What has the NSDA, the sport, the organization, meant to you?
Oh my gosh, it's everything, because these kids, especially the kids that I teach that are in the middle of nowhere, yet they get that opportunity to use their voices and to advocate for themselves.
Listen, we gave $100,000 to Deb, and so I want to say on behalf of students, because I once was one, Mr. One, congratulations on 100 years, and Canva is also giving $100,000 to the NSDA.
Yeah! Are you kidding me?
No joke!
It's no joke!
Got you!
You got me!
Got you!
You did that. And tonight is a great night!
Thank you, Canva. So Deb started driving back to Texas on Sunday, and she stopped and she wrote on Facebook, I can finally fix my plumbing. I can get Noah his therapy, a shower chair, get his wheelchair fixed. And she said, no, nor my daughter doesn't have to stress about tuition this year. This is heaven sent, she said.
Oh, that's so nice. It's so nice to get unexpected money when you really need it. Especially for somebody, David, who was so deserving. What a special, special person.
And has poured so much into others.
We love teachers.
Yes,
we really do.
Delivered again, David.
Amen.
That was a great surprise.
As he always does. Thank you, David Begnaud. Thank you on this Monday morning.
Today marks the start of Dear David Month. We are dedicating the next several weeks to submitted stories that were submitted to David by viewers like you. Here's David.
Hey, y'all, good morning. We're going to dive into our first story out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. And this is a story that reminds you that in life, there is always a way to help. Karen Roberts from New Richmond, Wisconsin, wrote to me asking if I would do a story about a guy on Facebook who calls himself Ed the Diver.
Man, you watch my YouTube or TikTok? Both awesome.
Ed Bieber has built an online following, filming river cleanups and rescuing lost items.
I got the lures off it.
From lures to drones to guns. Some fans even leave him notes.
Hi, Ed the Diver on this lure from Jody or Judy. Pretty funny.
Sometimes he finds the unexpected.
And that's that little...
Like his now fiance, Christy. They met when Christy bought a mangled Barbie doll that Ed had found in a lake.
That's crazy.
I never thought I'd find my best friend at the age of 40, and we've just been inseparable.
The couple likes diving, but it's really the drive to give back that gets them in the water.
My main goal is to clean up the waterways, just do what I can as a person and make an impact.
Back in March of this year, Ed got a message on Facebook from a man named Derek Steinke. Derek's friend Bobby had died on his way to work after landing upside down in his vehicle on a frozen river. Bobby's wife was the first at the scene.
Her phone fell in the river when she was trying to save Bobby or, get him out of the car. And his phone was at the bottom of the river as well.
All geared up, ready to hop in the water.
Couldn't think of anybody better than you to come and give us a hand.
I appreciate you giving me a call, man.
Derek asked Ed to go diving to find the phones.
Here we go. Thank you. I have no idea. Happy to help. It means a lot to me, too.
Ed found both phones, and Bobby's wife says the family was able to recover photos and messages and get back memories that they thought would be lost forever. That kindness and compassion, she said, will always stay with me.
I'm getting a little emotional here.
Got my new air tank on.
There are a lot of great people out there, and Ed is one of those great people.
The guy that had us go out there and say, hey, how much can I give you or whatever, I'm like, we don't want any money. We just wanted, from the bottom of our hearts, wanted to help the family get their memories back.
Ed the Diver, love what you're doing, man. Keep it up. To Louisiana now, in the Bayou State where I am proud to call home. We kicked off a project highlighting good news from our country's future, college students.
David is looking for the best of our students, impacting Louisiana and beyond.
Earlier this year, I asked college students across my beloved home state of Louisiana to tell me about the classmates who were quietly making a difference. And that's when I got an email from Southeastern Louisiana University senior, Reagan McCoy. She's like other students. She works a part-time job and even spends time with her dog, Lottie. But there's something that she's dealing with that most of her classmates are not.
I get lightheaded, I stop remembering where I am.
Reagan has POTS, a nervous system disorder that causes her heart rate to spike and her body to shut down without warning. It has sent her to the hospital more than a dozen times in the last year. When Reagan wrote to our team, she wanted to tell us about the people who were helping her to get through it, starting with classmate Bailey Babin.
I tell Bailey, tag, you're it, and she knows to kind of stop what she's doing if she can, get me outside of the classroom as fast as possible. And she puts my head on her lap and she's timing it. So if we go past 5 minutes, she knows we need to call an ambulance because she's not waking up.
She also told us about Peyton Loving, a constant in her life who quietly steps up again and again. He happens to be her boyfriend.
Without Bailey or Peyton, I honestly don't know where I would be.
With our cameras rolling, Reagan let them in on the secret that their everyday kindness is worth telling the world about.
Bailey Babin. She is the most beautiful soul I have met to date. Without these two people, I would not be graduating early or at all. I would have struggled and felt helpless. Oh my God. They both make my health issues feel less than, not me. I am more than my poor health.
And on that point, everyone agreed.
Her health problems don't define who she is. She's a lot more than that.
Reagan means quite literally the world to me.
So we asked for stories about everyday heroes. And this is one of them. Because sometimes showing up every single time is the most extraordinary thing you can do.
When it comes to my friend's health and my friend's well-being, I'm gonna be there for her.
So do you have a story for us? A story about an everyday person doing something extraordinary for someone else? We'd love to hear about it if you do. Write to our team, Dear David at cbsnews.com. I'll see you next Monday.
Beautiful stories, and not even that extraordinary, just something they could do and don't mind doing. I mean, it's just
making
really
your little
sweet.
corner of the universe a better place for
Yes.
people that inhabit it. That's the goal.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You
making
got
a
me
difference in your own world.
That's right.
You got me there too. Okay, David, you got me.
There he is, David Begnaud, finds the heart in every single story he does. So this week, we're continuing with Dear David Month. July is dedicated to stories submitted to David by viewers just like you. We see you. Here's David.
Well, good morning. Our first story comes to us from Linda Garner Gullix in Cheyenne, Wyoming. You know, every day we make decisions guided by our sense of right and wrong. And Linda sent us a heartwarming tale about two neighbors. And she hopes that it reminds us to slow down and to see the good, even in life's misfortunes. Before I tell you about how these two became friends, let me just say that it would be hard to find a more extraordinary way for two total strangers to wind up here. This past January, 16-year-old Gracie was heading home from church on an icy road in Cheyenne, Wyoming, when she realized
I had no control of my car whatsoever.
I turn and I look, and this car had just slid into us.
the first thing Brian Pedersen did was check on his kids in the back seat. Then he got out to meet the driver.
I see a tag that it's one of the tags from the local high school to park in the high school. And, oh, this is a young kid.
He was really touched by the fact that she was so concerned about the minimal damage to his car, while her car had just been totaled.
I felt helpless. I felt really attached to my car. It was like something I'd worked really hard for and something I wanted to use so that I didn't have to trouble others with like rides to work, rides to school too. So I was devastated.
The story could have ended there. But that night, Pedersen couldn't shake this nagging feeling.
Something deep down said, we gotta do something to help her.
So he started making some calls.
And I found out she's, of course, a good student at her high school. She works at a hardware store where she paid for that car herself.
He asked friends for donations on Facebook. Little by little, with a few $1,000s of his own money.
You wanna check it out a little bit?
Yeah.
Pedersen raised nearly $14,000 to get Gracie a new car.
I didn't even know what to say. I didn't know what to do, because this is such a huge gift, obviously, and I had no idea how to express how much it really meant.
I said, you'll know when you see it. It'll be over the next 20 years, and there'll be some opportunity. You'll be able to pay it forward in the manner in which it presents itself.
Now remember, he's the victim. He didn't have to do this. But he felt a moral obligation to make sure that she entered the next chapter of her life, knowing that sometimes, somewhere, she will always be able to find support where she least expects it.
I didn't think anything was possible for me, for someone like me, like that.
good deeds are contagious. And I think that's true of all of us. We all want to help. We all want to hold the door open for someone behind us. It's how communities are built.
Doing good feels good. And that kind of joy is downright contagious. And the best part of it all is that it's never too early to start, as our next story out of Seattle, Washington shows us.
Once we started winning more money, we always spent it on ourselves.
Vivon and Sarong started playing chess as toddlers. Their home in Washington State is filled with trophies and medals. But their biggest accomplishments are not what they take home. It's what they give away.
Now we realize that there's a lot of kids and adults in need, so we try to donate most of the money now, because we know it's not just about us, it's about others.
Others like 10-year-old Atlas, who has been suffering from chronic pancreatitis since he was 4 years old. And with no known cure for the disease, his condition has only gotten worse.
He was in the hospital 17 times over the last 12 months. I would say that we were at probably the lowest point that we've been since we've been on this journey.
After hearing about Atlas through a mutual friend's fundraiser, the boys had an idea. If either one of them won money at their upcoming chess tournament, they'd donate it to Mission Cure, an organization working to find a cure for pancreatitis. And that is exactly what Vivon did when he placed first in his section. It was a no-brainer for him.
You don't always have to spend for yourself if you don't need anything, and you can spend it on people who actually need help.
$225. Not bad for a 7-year-old, but for Atlas,
Someone had actually donated that was like a kid and didn't spend on something else, like was really meaningful. I built all of this.
meeting these big-hearted brothers for the first time was priceless.
It was a spark of hope that was really needed during a very dark time.
And that is why I love Dear David. It's shining a spotlight on the best of us, the best of you. So if you've got a good story that you think we need to know about, hit us up on email, would you? DearDavid@cbsnews.com. I'll see you next week.
That's what David always does. I love the first story where they said good deeds are always contagious.
Yeah, and that is building community.
Exactly right.
The future is bright with kids like that. That's
Bravo.
for sure.
This week, we are continuing our beloved Dear David month. July is dedicated to stories submitted by to David by viewers just like yourself. Here's David.
Well, good morning. Come with me to Texas for our first story. Jessica Caldwell cleaned classrooms as a custodian by night. And by day, she would study, all while raising 4 kids. Now, 11 years later, she holds 4 degrees. And you know what Jessica proves? Dreams never sleep. For more than a decade, Jessica Caldwell cleaned classrooms overnight at A&M Central Texas University. She scrubbed toilets, vacuumed floors, and walked more than 26,000 miles behind a custodian's cart. But the 38-year-old mother of 4 had her heart set on graduating from college and teaching one day. So when her shift ended at 5 a.m., Jessica juggled caring for her children and college courses.
I was in charge of cleaning the classrooms in 2 of the buildings out of the 3 that we have at A&M Central Texas. A couple of them actually have computers in them, so I was actually able to work on my homework during my lunch break and whatnot.
And during the day, she sat in the very same classrooms that she cleaned at night. But her work schedule made it nearly impossible for her to complete a traditional teaching degree. So with some help from the university and her professors, she found a workaround. And the secret to her grit might be somewhat surprising.
I'm trying to give myself grace as far as finishing stuff. Because at the end of the day, I'm not quitting.
Jessica received her bachelor's and then her master's, all while working full-time as a custodian.
Just be persistent as far as continuing on something that you want to achieve. Just keep at it and don't stop. A lot of people that have a job that they think that they don't matter in, they actually do really matter. I know a lot of people, when they hear, oh, you're a janitor, you're a custodian, they kind of like look down on that. I just want people to realize, like, it doesn't matter what kind of job that people might look down on, you do matter. doesn't run without us, really.
Well, now she is one step away from earning her teaching credentials later this year. She's going to go from cleaning those classrooms to leading them. Love your perspective, Jessica. Wishing you and your family our very best. Staying in Texas now, our next story is about the bonds that link us together and what happens when friendship shows up at your doorstep. This story is all about a man in Denton, Texas, and, well, man's best friend. Many dogs see the mailman as a threat, but pretty boy Floyd is not most dogs.
He always treated me as if I wasn't a stranger.
The Border Collie mix was a reliable, friendly face on postal worker Ian Burke's route. But when that route changed more than a year ago, it ended their regular visits. Then, in May, Burke says he overheard the mail carrier who had inherited his old route saying that his former four-legged customer was at the dog pound. Floyd's owner, an elderly Vietnam veteran, had just died, and the dog had nowhere to go. So
I didn't want him in the shelter any longer than he needed to be. They opened up at 10 a.m. and I got there at 9:50 just to make sure that I was in line and that there was no other fans of Floyd ahead of me to get him.
What are you doing? Come here.
It worked, which means both of their morning routines look a little different these days. Mr. Burke, you delivered when it mattered. And now, you got a pretty good boy to show for it.
What are you doing, mister?
To Sioux Falls, South Dakota now. About a year ago, we told you about a young man who had gotten in trouble for graffiti. But the mayor of his hometown believed in him, became his mentor, gave him an opportunity, and now they just unveiled an art wall with this young man's graffiti at the heart of it.
Jaden's a really incredible and talented artist, and I got to know him, and he was like, hey, we need to have kind of a public art wall space in the community.
After months of planning, the art wall in Sioux Falls, South Dakota officially opened back in May. And guess who had the first prime spot? 19-year-old Jaden Bruns.
I'm super grateful to be able to, come out here and just be out here and do it, and not just in some tunnel somewhere.
It was Jaden's illegal graffiti that inspired the mayor, Paul Tenhaken, to take on the new public art project. And he was inspired because of what happened after he gave Jaden a second chance and then decided to mentor him.
It's neat to see what art can do for a community. It's neat to see what second chances can do for someone when they're given to them.
Jaden's future is promising. Since we first aired his story on CBS Mornings, he landed an illustration deal for an upcoming children's book series. And the requests for more murals by him keep rolling in.
Just see all the random puzzle pieces that came together to just help me be where I'm at right now. And it's still going really good, so I'm excited to see where my career takes me.
This week, we're continuing with our Dear David month. July is dedicated to stories submitted to David by viewers like yourself. Here is David.
Good morning. Our first story takes us to upstate New York, where one man's midlife crisis turned into something pretty extraordinary. Brian Flynn is one of few people you'll probably ever hear of who's given 2 organ donations. A medical marvel, you might say, and a deeply human one.
I had this sense that I wanted to do more.
When Brian Flynn was about to turn 50 and wondering what that more was, he came across a plea for help on social media.
One of the teachers at our kid's school had posted about her brother Greg and that he was in search of a potential donor.
24-year-old Greg Dentise was in desperate need of a kidney transplant after a kidney infection at age 11 turned into kidney disease. Now, the two had never met, but Brian immediately got tested and learned that he was a match. Brian and Greg met for the first time the morning of the surgery.
It was inspiring for me to walk in and see Greg, and you could tell that he was, struggling.
The surgery was a success, and the two kept in touch.
In my life, there's been nothing more meaningful and rewarding than to go through that, because you're able to give of yourself to somebody else. So when I was texting with him, I said, hey, thank you so much. It was a great experience and so rewarding. And he said, if you liked it so much, I hear you can give away your liver. And I said, what? You can give, you only have one liver. How do you give away your liver? And I said, I got to find out more about this.
What he learned was that he was a good candidate to donate a portion of his liver to someone in need. Enter Richie Ramirez, a 4-year-old boy in need of a liver transplant.
And I did have that moment of, what am I doing? I've already done this. This is crazy. And that moment passed because you get this sense of, I'm on a mission, I'm doing something that's really important.
The surgery, much riskier than a kidney transplant, worked. 4 years later, the bond that Brian has with his 2 organ recipients is strong. Richie is now 8 years old, a thriving 3rd grader. And Greg, he's married with a young daughter.
It means the world, I have a family of myself now and I own a home, so I wouldn't be able to do a lot of those things without such a special gift.
Brian saved my life. I was pretty impressed that he did that for a stranger.
Now, for the record, Flynn has no plans to make any more organ donations, but he is working as an advocate to inspire others. And here's his message. When you donate an organ, you get more than you give.
What this has done is it gave me something that I could do that was, from my perspective, even extraordinary, and to give my life meaning. And that's really hard to find that.
Thank you, Brian. And now to a story about how struggle can spark purpose in your life. A Utah teenager took a life-changing diagnosis and created something in order to help people face what she was going through. Rachel B. had a very active childhood, playing outside and working with animals. But that all changed when she was diagnosed with Crohn's disease at just 13 years old.
I just wanted to get out and live and be a kid, but physically my body just wouldn't let me because I was in too much pain.
The chronic autoimmune disorder is managed by infusion treatments. So at 13, B was spending 6 to 8 hours in a chair at an infusion center every week.
It was just really uncomfortable. I was always super cold, and I thought, I should make a solution for this.
That's how Infusion Hero got its start.
So I started out just kind of sketching out some designs, some ideas. I spent a lot of time doing research just because I was so excited and so passionate about it.
That passion turned into a real-life product, a sweatshirt with a zippered sleeve, making it easier for patients to stay warm and have IV access. B worked with her school's business club and a clothing designer to create the sweatshirt.
It had started as just an idea, just something I had quickly drawn out on paper, and then fast forward a couple of months and I'm wearing this hoodie and I can just see how if I were able to get this product out, even though it's in the very early stages, it could be something that could help people so much.
She's actually working with a manufacturer and has had more than a dozen pre-orders for sweatshirts already. She's starting college this fall and is going to continue to work on what she says is her dream that has actually changed her life after the diagnosis.
It really gave me a purpose. It gave me passion. It gave me something that I could look forward to, that I could think about. I really just want to create something that can help people as they go through these experiences, because it's really scary, honestly, to be in that hospital. So just having a little something there to keep you warm can really make a difference.
Oh, Rachel, what you've created is more than a hoodie. It's heart. And our heart is with you as you head off to college, wishing you all our best.
This week, we are wrapping up Dear David Month. All of July has been dedicated to stories submitted to David by viewers just like you. Here's David.
Well, good morning. We are going to begin in Hornell, New York, where a local restaurant owner helped his dessert baker to chase a lifelong dream, even as the odds seem stacked against him. 28-year-old Chris Lomax begins his day like any other dessert chef. Puts on his gloves and gathers his ingredients. Only his are in Braille. Chris is legally blind and has been since 5 years old when he underwent surgery to remove a brain tumor.
When I woke up from the surgery, I opened my eyes and I said, "Mom, where are you?" And I was so
in distress because my whole life, she was always the face that was comfort. And so the fact that I couldn't see her was, terrifying.
Though he is blind, his vision for his future has been clear, telling his first grade teacher that he would open up a bakery right here in Hornell, New York one day. But that light started to dim when people saw his disability before his talent.
There's laws protecting blind people from being discriminated, but there's not. Because people can easily say, you just don't fit the position, even though they mean, you're blind, you can't do this job.
Then Joe Hwang Recalto came along. His restaurant needed a baker, and Chris needed a chance.
So we decided to give him the job, and Chris was overwhelmed. I said, look, we're in this together now. Whatever challenges you have in your life, let us know, because we'll try and plow through them and remove those obstacles. He was overwhelmed by that because no one ever did any favors for him.
Since Chris started, Joe says he can't keep the desserts on the shelf. He's been so successful that they've worked out a new business model, so Chris can get 100% of the profits, flipping him from an employee to a vendor with his own grab-and-go station under their roof.
It costs us literally nothing more to have Chris come in and use the infrastructure of the restaurant to start his own business. We're just giving him the foundation to do what he does best, and what he does best is baking.
You like chocolate, so this opportunity, being one step closer, is so exciting. The fact that I could own my own bakery one day is just exciting and just a blessing.
Oh, Chris, those desserts aren't the only thing bringing us joy. Your story is too. Wishing you all of our best. To Arizona now, Joanna wrote to me about a salty Scotsman who's become a pillar of the community in Flagstaff, Arizona, of all places. Y'all meet Jake Bacon. So the locals may call him the salty Scotsman, but Jake Bacon is actually an Englishman, born in Singapore, and he saw more of the world during his childhood than most of us will in a lifetime.
By the time I was 11, my mom had emigrated from England to Australia and back twice.
But the place he's called home for more than 30 years is Arizona. There, he became a father and a grandfather and captured the life and soul of Flagstaff for the Arizona Daily Sun newspaper.
When you're a photojournalist at a community newspaper, 90% of the people that you see are really happy to see you. Even at times of triumph or sorrow, you form connections really quickly. And I see my career as a journalist as a way to serve my community, but then all my hobbies serve my community too.
Like using social media to track down telephone booths that you might expect to see in London and transforming them into literacy projects, planning a piece of himself right here in Flagstaff.
So the Tiny Library project started because I was missing home.
It took Jake 8 months to restore the booths that now sit right outside his home, complete with hundreds of donated books.
There are people there day and night. It's amazing. It brings out the best in people.
You know, for him, the camera may have just been the starting point, but the connection, the compassion, and the community he's felt here in Flagstaff, that seems to be the real picture that he's been developing all along.
Often we don't know what we're looking for until it finds us. And I was looking for a community to call home.
And we'll end in Memphis, Tennessee. Y'all come meet the Hickory Hill Sizzlers, would you? This fiery number earned the Sizzlers 3rd place at the Delta State Fair last September. And the spark behind them? Grandmothers Diane Huff and Roxy Jones.
I was hesitant on it, and she said, if you do the music, I'll do the teaching, so there was no question there.
They are the perfect pair. For them, the joy of entertaining crowds all over Memphis has given them a new purpose at 66 and 73 years old.
I'm just enjoying life. Whatever age you are, you can just come and have fun. Just enjoy life. That's the most important thing.
I want to thank all of you, our viewers, for helping us to make Dear David a success. We get hundreds of emails, and if you've got a story that you think we would want to tell, email us, would you? DearDavid@cbsnews.com. I'll see you next Monday.
I love
really
it.
Incredible story. Shout out to Rachel Graves, who produced that first one. Well done.
About the
Rachel.
blind baker.
Yeah, about the blind baker.
Yeah,
really
that was
remarkable.
really good.
I love the idea of the little libraries too.
Yeah.
Those were gorgeous.
And also what
And
he
the
said,
dancers.
he said, you never know what you're looking for until it finds you.
Yep.
Yes.
It's so true.
I love how we highlight these stories that our viewers send us from people in their community just to share that hope and that inspiration with everyone. So good.
Time to celebrate. Today marks the 50th Begnaud's America here on CBS Mornings, where CBS News contributor David Begnaud finds the heart in every story. To celebrate, we want to take you back to where the series first started. A story about a 12-year-old businessman with some big, big dreams.
Before most kids were even thinking about a summer job, Quentin Hines Jr. from Charlotte, North Carolina, was running one. He was 10 then, now he's 12, and he is making moves, and not just with mowing lawns.
I started cutting yards probably when I was probably by myself when I was probably about 8 years old. But with my dad, it was probably around, ever since I could walk.
Really?
Yes.
How much do you love to cut grass?
And I really, really love it. I really love it.
What do you love about it?
It makes me feel less stressful. It'll make me feel very, soothed.
I heard you have some dreams about working at the airport.
So ever since I was younger, I always wanted to get a contract with the Charlotte airport. And sometimes when I would go out there, they would have the mowers out there, so I would stick there for a while.
His passion was contagious. So we got to thinking, what could we do to help a kid like Quentin get just a little closer to his dream?
I got a surprise for you.
I hear that you like mowing.
Yes, I do.
Mind being part of our crew today?
Yes.
But Quentin's big day was just getting started.
I'm the director of sports fields and grounds here for the Carolina Panthers. We're happy to have you. You want to be part of the grounds crew today?
Yes.
Yeah?
The Panthers gave Quentin a job and a jersey and put him to work. And just when he thought the day couldn't get any better,
What'd you say?
Wow, man.
Mind blowing.
we checked back in with Quentin this month. And guess what? He was right where we left him. Like the weeds, business is booming for QJ's professional lawn care. Quentin doubled his number of clients from last year, got some new equipment.
Is it another hedge trimmer?
And some new attention.
I was working on a yard down the street and someone rolled past. They put their window down. They said, "Hey, I recognize him from the news." I feel like I kind of became a local celebrity.
And watching a story about yourself? Well, Quentin says that felt surreal.
I was sitting with my friends and I was watching it air. I did get a little teary-eyed seeing that I did all that in one day. I was like, I actually did all of this.
But the year wasn't just about success. Quentin lost his grandmother.
Look at QJ driving the lawnmower.
And his grandfather, the man who ignited his love for lawn mowing. His family found comfort and community in their church.
In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
And I bet you can guess what Quentin did next.
I never really cut the grass before, but I already felt welcome with coming into the church, and after I started mowing the grass, I felt like even more welcomed into the church.
He felt so welcome that the pastors asked Quentin to preach to the whole church.
What that shows us is that God sees our hearts, and he rewards humility.
And then Quentin took it a step further. He donated $1,000 from his own earnings to help the church pay off its mortgage. Did we mention he's only 12?
When you put things into the world, it always finds a way to come back to you.
These days, Quentin is mowing grass about 6 to 8 hours a week. And yes, his parents are still his only employees. Mom handles the business side.
You get those two done on Friday.
And Dad, well, Dad still drives Quentin to his clients, and he helps with the bigger jobs. But we had to ask, how's that working out still?
What's the biggest problem you have with your only employee?
Sometimes he takes a lot of breaks.
Turns out some things never change.
He's still taking a lot of breaks. So at first, when I would try and pay my dad, he would always say, no, keep your money. Now, every time I pay him, he said, okay, thank you.
Now, between balancing homework, friends, and football tryouts, Quentin says his love for mowing is still what drives him.
Mostly feels like God really just opened a lot of opportunities for me. And he really just showed me that this is what he wants me to do on this earth. I love it and I will never stop, never.
Oh, God, we fell in love with Quentin Hines Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Yay.
Fell in love with him because that was very funny. At first, Dad used to say, keep your money. Now Dad goes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I see you, Mr. Hines. But David, I think what you do is so important because the news is so heavy. We all need a time to laugh and really reflect. Why do you think it's so important that these stories are so important right now? Maybe that is the answer.
Because it's the hope we all need to see. It's the hope I need to see, right? I'm doing what I want to see on television. And I want you guys to know that my inbox is full of stories from liberals and conservatives and people who are MAGA and from Spokane and Charlotte. It brings everybody to the table, the type of stories that we put on here every Monday morning, and it fills my cup.
So, David, our viewers want to know, how do you and your team discover these stories that you feature?
Because people are going, pick me, David, pick me. I got a story. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's what's interesting. I'd say about 75% of them come from viewers like you, people who write into Dear David at cbsnews.com. The Quentin Hines Jr. came from somebody who said, hey, David, I heard about, thought you should know, and that's how we go and tell. We want you to know that we're listening, and we want to amplify those stories. We are looking for the everyday exceptional hero. That's the bread and butter of what we do.
Love it. Love you, David. Thank you very much.
Today, he takes us to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, after a letter from a very proud mom who wanted us to know about her son. His name is James. David, good morning to you. Let's hear about James.
Gail, good morning. This came in as a Dear David submission, and you wouldn't believe how many emails pour in our Dear David inbox from parents bragging to me in some kind of way about their kids. I mean, that's what parents do, right? But this one had a spark that told us that James's story could inspire far beyond his community.
Dear David, James is doing extraordinary things in this world for people who have limb differences or disabilities.
Y'all meet Deidre Deculus Robert. Her son James was born with no fingers on his left hand. But what he built in spite of that is a story all its own.
At 2 years old, he had a toe-to-hand transfer in order to give him more flexibility and ability to use his left hand. That's a long story in and of itself, but the real story is that it didn't stop James, even when the attachment didn't work as we wanted.
With 5 fingers just on his right hand, James went on to play multiple sports throughout school. He played the trumpet and even became skilled at archery and marksmanship. What some saw as his limitation, James turned into a motivation.
This young man who struggled to find his identity has found it so purposefully and passionately in this world.
James worked multiple part-time jobs while in college, including at Make Good NOLA, the New Orleans organization that builds custom prosthetics for kids with limb differences. James graduated from LSU Baton Rouge in May and is about to start his master's degree in prosthetics and healthcare administration.
There he is. Hi, buddy.
We wanted to meet him. So before he graduated, we flew to Baton Rouge and met him at his lab at LSU, where I knew he'd be working.
What are y'all doing? What are you working on?
We told him we were there to profile the work of Make Good NOLA. But
I'm actually here to talk to you. Really? Okay. So read this for me.
This young man who is struggling to find his identity has found it so purposefully and passionately in the world, and he is using his struggle and his challenge and his opportunity to help others. I think you would find him just as special as we do.
We did not tell James who wrote us that letter, only that it moved us enough to want to meet him.
Seemed like you were getting emotional.
Yeah, a little bit.
What makes you emotional?
Whenever I'm forced to think about it, I try not to, but whenever I'm forced to think about it, it's beautiful.
What's beautiful?
Being here and doing the right thing, at the right time, being in the right place.
James's journey was not always beautiful.
How difficult was childhood for you?
Putting a positive spin on it, it was hard. Not impossible, but very, 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 very hard. I had to take whatever anyone could throw at me and just keep kicking.
And what did they throw at you?
Name calling, insults, exclusion, but to a 5th or 6th degree.
With his family's support, James made it to the other side.
Because my grandfather, he told me once, people with small minds hate dreamers. They can't see the dream.
I love that. Your grandfather said that?
He did. People with small minds hate dreamers.
What a wise man.
In James's world, dreams aren't measured by the limits. They're measured by the purpose. In addition to his college work, James became the chief print technologist at Make Good NOLA.
So essentially, you're creating things that would work for you.
Absolutely.
And applying it to everybody.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
See it come together before your eyes.
That's James's mentor, Noam Platt. He is the founder and head of the Make Good organization. James has co-created the first ever 3D printed wheelchair.
Hey everybody, it's Noam and James from Make Good, and we want to showcase our latest toddler mobility trainer.
And numerous other adaptive devices to help people with disabilities, all created using state-of-the-art 3D printing technology.
What's the benefit of having someone like James who has that lived experience that he brings to the workshop?
Oh my gosh, it couldn't happen without James and people like James. We found with most of our staff who are disabled is that they're the best problem solvers, the smartest, hardest workers I've ever met.
And that's a common feeling with people who know James. Which takes us back to that letter.
Why don't you turn around and see who wrote it?
Hey.
And give this mom a moment. Just for him.
We're so proud of you. I love you.
I love you too. Makes sense.
Why does
This is
it
my
make
mom.
sense?
This is my mom. And she definitely believes in me and in what I do.
I want to say that I'm so proud of the man that you are, the man that you've become, and how you give of yourself so selflessly to others. It just speaks volumes about who you are, and you really are the change that we want to see in the world. You're our future. I'm so proud that you're part of it.
That's what raised me to be.
Bravo,
beautiful.
David. Really nice.
You know, David,
everybody deserves a mom like James has.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, Tommy.
number one, I love the way you told the story that he didn't know it was his mom until the very end, and that he was so candid about all that he's been through. Nate and I, we were all saying how cruel children can be.
Yeah.
And you think you don't realize the impact and effect you're having on
Until
other
you hear a
kids.
grown man talking
Till you
about
hear-
his lived experience.
Yes.
David, I hope that people
Yes.
watching now, families that are going through that kind of bullying, can see in that story that it can get better.
And Tony, when that pain is turned into a purpose and a service to others, there is a washing away of that pain in a way that you see coming from James, who, by the way, is working on a fully 3D printed walking cane and a leash holder, a dog leash holder that can be used by people in wheelchairs. Go James.
Go James and go to his mother, amazing
David.
woman. That's right. And David, well done again. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
We're happy to say David is joining us live from Denver with a new special edition of Dear David. David, good morning to you. I always love a special edition. What you got?
Here we go, Gail. You know, Dear David, collection of stories sent to us by viewers like you. And when I heard about this first one, I thought, no way. What are the chances that happens? Watch this.
Look at us. We have our stethoscopes.
Meet Ellie Kerner and Dawson Naylor, first-year medical students who had the most unexpected reunion during orientation at the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Our school hosted a social event at night for us to go out together and, introduce ourselves to our classmates. I kept looking at her and I was like, I know this girl from somewhere.
And he taps me on the shoulder and he's like, what's your name? And I'm like, Ellie.
And I was like, did you have leukemia? And she was like, her eyes widened and she was like, yes, I did.
He said, we were treated together. And I was just like speechless.
And then we took a picture together and sent it to both our moms. And our moms immediately remembered, each other.
In 2007, they were 4 years old when both got the same life-changing diagnosis, acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
We know all the same doctors. We're treated at the exact same outpatient facility. That's how he remembered me.
Their fight began at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, with outpatient care near their hometowns in South New Jersey.
We grew up 10 minutes apart from each other our entire lives, and we never crossed paths.
Ellie's cancer went into remission in 2008, and she went right back to doing what she loved, competitive gymnastics, and later led her high school lacrosse and tennis teams as captain.
Celebrated my 5th birthday in the hospital, and then ultimately underwent chemotherapy for 2.5 years and went into remission and was cancer-free on October 1st, 2010.
Dawson returned to the ball field, moving from t-ball to baseball. But even as kids, they never forgot their own fight, going on to raise money to help cancer patients and their families.
Dawson, Edward Naylor.
And now, together again.
In the son, Nicole Kerner.
All these years later, Ellie and Dawson are receiving their white coats. It's a rite of passage into medicine, and a symbol that they are stepping into a profession that once saved them.
75% of the reason I want to be a doctor because I want to be the kind of doctor that treated me.
I feel like it's kind of been a lifelong calling in a sense to myself, born out of struggle and shaped by my experiences.
And we've gone our separate ways in life, and now life has brought us back to going to medical school and wanting to be doctors.
Hard to believe, right? But what a great story. Look, our next story comes regarding a diagnosis that didn't happen in a doctor's office. It happened in a hair salon.
Hey, guys.
Your hairstylist isn't just looking at your hair.
Hey, buddy.
Sometimes they're looking out for your life.
Have a seat.
Kathy Bird's hair appointment started just like any other. Last December, she went to her cousin Elizabeth Hoyt's salon in Morrilton, Arkansas. Her service dogs, Sully and Bogart, came along. They're her constant companions. But on this visit, Elizabeth spotted something.
It's not raised like a wart. This is something altogether different.
My family practitioner had froze it off. And then it had come back, so she froze it off again. Elizabeth was not gonna have it.
Girl, you better listen to me and go do what I said. Go to a dermatologist.
It was skin cancer. Kathy, already a bladder cancer survivor, had missed the signs.
You don't see your doctor but once a year, and she's here about every 3 months. That's enough time that I could have seen a difference, and I did.
So Kathy wrote to me about the people we take for granted, like Elizabeth.
She's 1 in a million, in my opinion. I'm lucky she does her job. She saves lives.
After a surgery in March, Kathy's cancer is gone. But she says what Elizabeth gave her will last forever.
We take care of each other, but this is part of our job. It should be. I hope it is.
My friends, a good haircut can change your day. The right hairstylist can change your life.
Amen to that. Before we go, one more thing. Watch this.
You're very good-looking, gorgeous man.
Thank you very much. Y'all remember my friend, 102-year-old Beatrice Stieber? She's the woman I met at the Chicago airport by chance. Any secrets? Anything you did that you think?
Secret to me.
Yep.
Attitude of gratitude.
Well, not long after I went back to Chicago to check on her, I found out that she was in training. After she went viral on social media and right here on CBS Mornings,
I nearly threw myself.
the Chicago Cubs called her and invited Beatrice to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at Wrigley Field.
Beatrice Stieber.
Let her rip.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for proving that gratitude never gets old, and neither does having a ball.
To be 102. We love you, B. All right, there it is, your good news for the day. If you've got a story for us, tell us about it, would you? Dear David at cbsnews.com. We love reading your emails. What'd y'all think?
It's hard to pick a favorite out of that. I love the hairstylist story, though, because she could have just washed her hair and not said anything about it or even noticed it. I love that. And I love the two kids. Well, they're no longer kids, but were kids who went through that together, and now here they are again.
Yeah, Ellie and Dawson.
Beatrice never gets old to me.
She never gets
I want to be her when I grow up.
Gratitude.
Yeah, exactly.
I almost
She's
threw
amazing.
myself.
I also love that you start, David, that piece with those two young people, and then you end with Beatrice showing just like how life can take you. I love it. David, my man, always bringing it on a Monday. Thank you very much, as always. We appreciate you. My Talk at the Table is a tribute to the beloved Rhode Island judge, Frank Caprio, who died from pancreatic cancer at the age of 88. Now, judges aren't usually known for compassion, but that is Judge Caprio's legacy. People learned about him from his TV show Caught in Providence and from viral videos, and from his recent conversation with David Begnaud. And David joins us now. David, good morning.
Vlad, good morning to you. Judge Caprio became famous not because he was really tough, but it was because he was tender. From his Providence courtroom, he showed the world that justice could be delivered with kindness, and that is what made him a viral sensation. The beloved judge died yesterday at the age of 88.
I'm coming to you again, asking you to remember me in your prayers.
People everywhere were praying after seeing Judge Frank Caprio's last public message following a health setback in his ongoing battle against pancreatic cancer. He rang that bell in 2024, marking a milestone in his treatment, which filled this devout Catholic with hope. Why did you want to go public with it?
Well, I really thought I could be an inspiration to other people if I survived.
You are an inspiration, as you are surviving.
So far, so good. So far, so good. It's not a pleasant experience to go to bed at night, say your prayers.
Judge Caprio gained a fan base from his TV show Caught in Providence, which highlighted his job as the chief judge of the municipal court in Rhode Island's capital city.
How about $35 court cost?
Yes!
How about 5 days in jail?
Yes!
The humor and the mercy that he showed from the bench is what made him an international star.
I'll leave here with $5. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not going to leave you with $5. I'm not going to leave you. I'm going to dismiss everything.
That empathy for others stemmed from the hardships that he faced in his own life. He grew up in abject poverty as the child of Italian immigrants.
Every time you talk, it's like a testimony. You're like a little street preacher from the bench.
I'm just a small-time municipal court judge who's trying to do good. That's all I am. Who tries to take into consideration the circumstances surrounding the people before me. And remember what my dad told me. When someone appears before you, put yourself in their shoes. Imagine it's you before them.
For 38 years, he used that podium to do good.
You were taking your son to the doctor's office?
Yeah, I take him for blood work every 2 weeks because he's got cancer.
How old is your son?
63.
Yeah. And Daddy's still taking care of him, right?
I only drive when I have to.
Yeah. I wish you all the best. I wish the best for your son, and I wish you good health, and your case is dismissed.
No one could dismiss his humanity or the advice he left us right up until the end.
Enjoy every minute of your life. Be close to your family. Be close to your friends, and have compassion and understanding of other people.
Judge Caprio built a legacy on compassion, and what he proved is that kindness is not a weakness. It is, in fact, a strength. His courtroom in Providence now bears his name, and this morning flags in Rhode Island fly at half-staff in his honor. That man's life is a reminder that sometimes the good guys don't just win. Sometimes the good guys leave the rest of us better for it.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Judge.
David, boy, we could all take a page from his book.
Yeah, because what is
a
so
beautiful man.
You know, so many people talk about their faith. So many people talk about doing good things in the world, but this man did it every single day. And you don't see that often, that compassion that he showed to understanding the context of the circumstances that people were in. It's incredibly beautiful.
You can see it in his eyes. He wasn't just saying, put yourself in someone else's shoes.
Yes.
He was living it.
Yes.
He was feeling
He
it.
put himself in those people's shoes, and that's how he came
Time
to
after
his
time and
decision.
time. David, where are you? I'm looking at all that stuff behind you. Where are you? What are you doing?
I am at home. This is my studio. We fired it up at the last minute so that we could do this as an honor to the judge. I saw someone post on social media, if there's a heaven and it's real, the judge is already there.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's right.
There you go. Very nice studio, David.
Beautiful, David,
Thank
as
you.
always.
Beautiful
Thank you.
story. Thank you.
Before we go, guys, real quick, just some final words about my good friend Judge Frank Caprio, who died last week. Over the weekend, I spoke with his son, David, who told me that the family has been so touched by the outpouring of love from all of you. David shared what the judge said in his final goodbye to his family. Take care of each other, keep the family close, and help people if you can. I cannot think of a more fitting legacy. Judge Caprio was known to the world as the kindest judge in America, first on that little TV show Caught in Providence, and later on social media. But his real influence wasn't in going viral. It was in reminding us that compassion is not weakness, it's wisdom, and that mercy can lift a life higher than punishment ever could. Even at the end, his focus was on others. And so we don't just remember the way he judged cases, we remember the way he judged life. With mercy, humanity, and heart. Maybe the best way to honor him is to take his advice and to take care of each other. The good judge will be laid to rest this week.
So nice of his son to share his final words with you, David, because we were all thinking about, we were talking about the judge last week, but I even wrote that part down too, take care of each other. That's something we can all do.
Amen. Rest in peace, Judge.
Yes.
No doubt about it, David. You did it again. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
As we all know, the heart of our communities is often that one resident, that one person that has the power to create connections and turn neighbors into friends. But, as David found out, finding that guy can sometimes become a bit of a, pun intended, wild goose chase.
On this pond, there is one neighbor everyone knows by name.
Hey, Billy. All right, Billy.
Just take a gander.
Billy.
How often do you see someone
It's okay.
invite a goose right into their living room? Well, maybe it's because this goose, Billy, had already walked right into the hearts of people and pets alike in this Baton Rouge, Louisiana neighborhood.
He was our mascot. I mean, everybody here knew Billy. We don't know where he came from. He just showed up here.
And Billy didn't leave for 7 years. Not that anyone wanted him to. Blind in one eye, Billy couldn't really fly. So he just waddled through yards, even right down the sidewalk.
Yeah.
After all, Billy was stuffed like a goose.
You're welcome.
Every day was trick-or-treating for Billy.
It's kind of interesting that he was trick-or-treating to every house on the block, and we didn't all know it.
I mean, they even made him hot meals.
You want me to heat you up some bread in the microwave?
I need some more bread.
We're coming, Billy.
So much bread,
You smell the bread?
Billy needed a drink.
Billy was like another little person. He tried to talk. He would like beep at you and you'd beep back.
Amy Wallace whistled for her friend first thing every morning. And Billy responded.
How are you?
You have to understand that Billy was family. I mean, so much so that people trusted him with their kids. And Billy became something of a mother goose himself. He'd watch over the neighborhood ducks, Effie, Ellie, and Emmy.
Billy would be seen swimming along with babies that were not his because the parents needed a break, and Billy was like, okay, I'll do nanny duty. Every time.
That's just the kind of guy Billy was.
He just was a bright light for us to see that everybody really cared for him and how much everybody had a connection to him was really uplifting, and it really showed me a lot about how much he's touched so many lives.
So imagine for a minute what it was like for these three neighbors and friends late last month when Billy got attacked, likely by an alligator. Neighbors rushed him in this bin to a nearby animal hospital, only to learn that Billy had to be euthanized.
He was, gosh, what am I? Hey, Billy.
But as only Billy could, that's when he truly brought this community together.
After he passed away, there was a lot of people who posted stuff on social media, and you got to see like how much people liked him. And most of the time, you just thought he was some random goose in the neighborhood, maybe an inconvenience for many, but he actually really wasn't.
Neighbors made a memorial.
This is to our boy.
And these friends even toasted to Billy.
To Billy!
With Bill Ritas, of course.
Cheers. Cheers.
Yes, it is true that Billy couldn't fly away. So, in the end, he found a way to stay in everyone's hearts.
Billy Boy, a huge thanks to our powerhouse CBS affiliate, WAFB in Baton Rouge, for bringing us this story. As you saw that memorial the neighbors had made for Billy, well, just this past week, Amy, who whistled for Billy every morning, put up a permanent metal tribute. It reads, Billy, loved forever, forever loved. In the end, Billy did what neighbors do best. He showed up, he cared, and he made life just a little bit brighter.
Man, oh man, David, that story took a turn. I thought, please don't tell me Billy died. And then not only did he die, but he was attacked by alligators. Wow. But I get the gist of the story, what he did for the neighborhood. And he brought them together. I get it.
100% for 7 years. So great story about a simple little goose. Yeah.
So singer and musician Roger Blevins is his name, spent 3 decades touring the country and the world with his band. His band was called Mingo Fish Trap. But in 2022, a life-changing diagnosis brought everything to a halt until he found a way to come back even stronger.
You can't find me on the highway.
Roger Blevins' voice fills a room.
And I'm in love.
It's soulful, strong, and alive.
To make my way back home.
But what you wouldn't guess is that most of his tongue is gone.
When I turn my head to see.
For 30 years, his band, Mingo Fish Trap, made the kind of music that made people move.
I just got super lucky with some very talented guys. Just my best friends in the world, aside from Val, my wife.
We on our way.
He proposed during a show, and they married in 2006.
Always been right there for me.
Their story was songs and laughter, joy and adventure, until 2022. The words he feared, tongue cancer.
It almost doesn't seem real until you really start getting into those details. And we lost it, both of us, at the same time, just cried. And then we stopped crying and got down to business.
Doctors removed most of his tongue, and they took tissue from his left thigh to build a new one, a flap that would enable him to eat and speak. The man whose voice had been his life had to learn how to speak all over again.
The moment that we got home, we got out of the ICU, I would lock myself in the back bathroom away from ears.
Today is Wednesday, August 7th.
I would just record myself making noises and trying to say phrases.
From now.
It's really hard to physically speak differently than you have for 5 decades.
And where the words failed him,
to make my way back home.
Melody became his medicine.
To make my way back home. Singing has been the center of my rehab. I can't say soft T's, so I can say little or I can say little. So that's it. If I'm singing, I can work my way around it. I've been pacing up and down these halls. I've been getting nowhere fast.
He is almost better, and that's like a sliding scale because he's always been really good. I mean, we've been saying grateful over and over and over again.
Just being so grateful to the point, literally to the point where you must do something with it.
Out of that fight came a new mission, the Tough Crowd Project. It's a nonprofit launched by Roger and Valerie to help other families battling cancer.
Got me some friends who had it rough go, even when they struggle, they tough as nails.
And he wrote this song to kick off the project.
Well, I've been running with a tough crowd, yeah. I've been running with the tough crowd, running with the tough crowd, you're gonna see, yeah. I can think of every kid I saw there with cancer. Sorry, it's a problem. You get thrown into this world so quickly, you don't really have time to acclimate. And all of the people that you meet, the other patients and their families, they all become a part of your journey and your story as well.
When he was healed, enough to get back on that stage, Roger went to the place that had always grounded him, church. He sang with a napkin in hand to catch the drool caused by surgeries. His voice wasn't as strong, but his heart was all there. And with time, the strength came back.
I've had every leg up. I would love to say it was all my hard work, but the fact is, most of it was they did this incredible operation and they took into account what I did for a living. Like they took that into account, which is amazing in and of itself. But a bit of me is kind of proud to wear their work, you know? It's a silly thing to say, but I really feel that. Like I'm sorry. See? Happens. You can't find me on the high.
His voice is not just his anymore.
Weary and alone.
It belongs to the people who saved it. And it carries not just a melody, but a testimony.
I am enamored with them in the same way I am my favorite artists. Like they saved my life, but they also saved my love, you know? To make my way back home.
Wow, David Begnaud. Wow, Roger, it's been a little over a year since Roger's last surgery. We're happy to tell you he's still undergoing screenings every 3 months just to make sure that he remains in the clear. And of course, we all wish that for him. What a beautiful voice he has.
Beautiful voice.
After all that he's been through.
Yeah, and his recognition that his art is mirrored in the art of those surgeons and doctors who saw a way to get him back to his art.
That saved his life, saved his music, and saved his love.
Yes.
Within his
And gave that gift to all the fans who listened to him.
And now I want your music. Want your music, Roger.
CBS News contributor David Begnaud is in Atlanta where the players play. He finds the heart in every story. And today he's finding the heart in Atlanta because it's a really big day for our colleagues there at CBS News Atlanta and the whole community there. David, good morning. What do you know?
Tony D, we came to meet our newest colleagues here in Atlanta. This is going to be a newsroom of the future, and I want to show you how. This is so cool. Take camera 2, John. I'm standing in what they call the green bathtub. There's no news desk, no chairs, not what you're used to seeing on the local news. Take camera 3. The only thing in the studio is the jib interacting with me, the anchor. Take camera 1. It's all augmented reality, virtual reality, making the news happen every night here in the glorious city of Atlanta. And we came because we wanted you to meet our news colleagues, the folks behind the scenes, powering it all. Roll the tape.
All right, we're rolling.
All right, let's make TV.
You can probably got some sawdust on your shoulder walking through the hallways here because they're building it.
The team at CBS News Atlanta is launching a newsroom of the future with immersive technology instead of those traditional news desks.
Well done. That looks really good. I'm Sean Hoder. I'm the Vice President of News in Atlanta. I'm a journalist. I'm a family man. I love Atlanta, and I'm glad to be back, and I'm here to help.
Sean Hoder has led the charge, helping to hire 50 people in 5 weeks with the hustle of a startup and the heart of a family.
Appreciate you, man. Our #1 interview question is, are you a jerk? If you are, you don't know how to answer that question. And if you're not, you love that question.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
Jobina Fortson Evans loved that question because for her, this isn't just a job, it's home.
My parents will be the most loyal viewers in this market. That's for sure.
After a decade away, the city she grew up in was calling her back.
It's something in your soul that just lights up when you're back. And that this isn't for a visit. I'm staying. I live here now. I'm back. I'm home.
You don't lose any media.
No,
It doesn't
no, it just
overwrite
pushes
anything. You
everything
just
down.
hit the comma.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
We're relearning.
Reporter Alexa Liaco was the first person hired here, the start of what would be a team built from scratch.
It feels like a startup, but it's with the backing of CBS News. So that's what makes this different, is that, you know, we're building, we're in process, but this is powered by an incredible journalistic organization that is going to make sure we succeed. And I feel that energy rising.
Liaco's office mate is reporter Brian Unger.
My path is a little strange in that I started my career at CBS News as a producer in New York for some of my heroes. Then I bounced to the other coast and went to Los Angeles, where I spent 20 years working in television. And I wanted something different.
So you might be asking yourself, the one thing you can't teach is the one thing that's the most important to work here, and that's passion.
So it changed my life.
I love hearing people tell stories. I love connection.
We are tracking stories that are happening all across our nation right now. I want to make sure that people are getting the news, not only that they need, but that they want.
Trey Cheney's Locust Grove home was leveled on May 29th.
I really hope to bring heart and connection and just my joy and zest for life to every story that I do.
Now meet the off-camera talent. Assignment editors Ryan Dennis and Paradise Offshore, the heartbeat of the Community First mission here.
And the fact that, you know, there's an owned and operated CBS News here, I thought that, wow, it's actually happening and I get to be the first. What are you looking at?
It's been wonderful to be able to turn around and say, hey, Ryan, what do you think of this? Or can I get your opinion? And just have somebody you trust right behind you, literally at your back, like literally I have your back.
CBS News Atlanta will be a test kitchen for what local news can be. Immersive, innovative, and around listening to the community.
There wasn't a lot here, David, putting multiple people in the office until we build our newsroom of the future.
We're going up. Okay. It does take a newsroom and it takes a studio, so we've been under construction. Studio's in progress, looking good. We've got tape over the doors that are our name tags to say that's our office. I think capturing the heart of Atlantans is going to be tricky. We are made up of so many different types of people's lives, experiences.
We don't have a lot of time to dally. We've really got to hit the ground running.
1, 2, 3.
CBS News Atlanta!
We can be entertaining, we can be informative, but we can also be connected and listen and deliver. Make eye contact.
Scrappy like a startup, rooted like a family, and backed by CBS News. This is the all-new CBS News Atlanta.
And they are ready to go. CBS News Atlanta launches tonight. Their first newscast is at 6 p.m.
Wow, and then again at 11, and then eventually, word is they're going to have mornings as well. We're excited about that. But David, I think this is such a beautiful story, and I think there's a lot of heart in it because the story of local media has been one of decline in recent years, and so to be able to add back to the tally of people keeping an eye on their own community and looking out for one another is a really beautiful thing.
Well said, Tony D. Wait until the morning show launches here in Atlanta. You might be back for that.
I intend to be back for that. I get my peaches down in Georgia. I will pick them up.
Hey now.
David is back with another edition of his Dear David mailbag, where he shares stories submitted by viewers like yourself to him. David, good morning. Tell us about the dogs as well, please.
Yes.
Tony D, hello from Paddington, and Jude, his best friend, who were babysitting overnight. Daddy had to get up early, so they said, why not us too? We've got 3 stories from viewers like you that were sent in. They're powerful, funny, and will leave you feeling inspired. We'll follow a young woman named Emma to the top of the world. You'll meet a nurse who saved a man's life off shift and then ran into him on shift. And speaking of nurses, y'all got to meet the woman from Kentucky who did CPR on a drunk raccoon. Roll the tape, Kelly.
This is what it looks like to be on top of the world. Surviving the climb to Mount Everest summit is remarkable for anyone. But for Emma Schwerin and her dad Sam, doing it together is the real peak.
It wasn't really until my 8th grade English class we did a unit on Mount Everest. And I remember looking up at the screen and thinking, wow, that looks amazing. I went home that day and I was telling my dad how amazing it would be to do something like that one day. My dad's a big inspiration for me, and he always has been, but it's hard when other people don't believe in you. And so he was always there right beside me.
Over 2 years, they summited the tallest mountains on 6 continents, each losing 10% of their body weight and battling frostbite.
I was able to overcome a lot of those mental challenges just watching all she was able to do physically.
Last May, Emma's dream became a reality. She reached the top of Mount Everest at just 17 years, 2 months, and 24 days old. Emma is now the youngest American woman to summit the tallest mountain in the world.
It kind of, for me, just reflected all of the hard work that I had put in and my dad and my family had put into achieving my goal. But my mom told me not to celebrate too much until we got down from the summit.
Emma will tell you she's climbing for a purpose that is bigger than any mountain.
I want people, especially young girls, to just realize that they can do anything they set their minds to. You just need to believe in yourself.
Hey, maybe as parents, sometimes we can use words of encouragement like, just go for it. And then maybe step out of the way, because I think before we know it, it's not just Emma, but I think a lot of our kids can achieve their own Mount Everest.
You never forget the moment you save a life. Last month near Kansas City, Kansas, Grady Linehan, an ICU nurse, was heading out on vacation with a friend when they saw a man face down on the sidewalk. They rushed in to help and didn't feel a pulse.
We switched off doing chest compressions until EMS arrived.
The man, 63-year-old Kevin Ryder, had collapsed from sudden cardiac arrest while jogging. When Grady left that scene and headed for vacation, he did not think that man was going to survive. But then, a twist of fate. When Grady returned to work at the hospital,
they had a gentleman who had a cardiac arrest that had a bystander performing CPR, and the story sounded extremely similar to mine.
It was Kevin, alive.
I was like, had to do a double take a little bit.
For Kevin, the gratitude is unending.
Something compelled him to stop and come in and do what he's trained to do. And when part of it was trained to save a life.
Y'all meet the Kentucky woman who revived a drunk raccoon with CPR.
This was a hard day, but it was a very rewarding day, I will say that.
For longtime registered nurse Misty Combs, the call she got last month ranks far above the rest.
Some people had said they had seen a raccoon in the parking lot. When we got out there was a raccoon. It was making a chitter-chatter noise. Oh, its baby's stuck. And we were like, oh my gosh, there is something wrong with this raccoon.
It was chattering because its babies were stuck in this dumpster. Combs grabbed a shovel and realized one of the babies had eaten some of the fermented peaches thrown away by the business next door. And if you call that business, it's pretty clear what those peaches are for.
We're probably bottling some moonshine. We may be distilling a little moonshine. Hell, we may even be drinking some moonshine. We'll leave your name and number, and as soon as we finish or sober up, we'll call you back.
Which could only mean one thing.
It was dog drunk.
Say it again, Misty.
It was dog drunk. I started doing the best CPR I knew how on a raccoon. And a baby one at that, because it was little bitty. Come on! Every compression I did, water was coming out. So it was working. Fish and Wildlife did come, and they took it to a vet. The vet gave it fluids, and they let it sleep off its hangover. And they brought it back to me the next day, which was really surprising to me. And they let me turn it loose. Oh, it won't sound bad. Yeah, it does. And the next day, it was a different fuzzy little raccoon instead of the drunk wet one that I had seen. Look at my crown. I'm the raccoon queen. I don't want the fame from it because I was just doing my job and what I thought was right at the time. You got to be careful because you can get rabies, but I feel like you have to help the little guys out sometimes.
And there you go, America. A reminder that there's good in the world and good people, too. A nurse doing CPR on a drunk raccoon takes the cake for me.
I think so, too. We were looking at Paddington and Jude right before we went to that piece. Looks like Paddington's ready for Jude to go home.
Paddington just doesn't like Jude getting attention from his daddy. That's the truth.
I understand. I understand.
Well, David, you bring some extraordinary stories to us, but that drunk raccoon one,
Yes.
I think, it is the top one at the moment.
That's one of the best.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
Totally.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Excuse me. I was wondering if there was any way I could take your photograph.
You may have heard of Humans of New York, the firestorm photography project that began in the infancy of social media and since has featured thousands of photos and stories of everyday people.
I'm an artist and photographer. I run a website called Humans of New York. It's also 5 books.
But even if you're familiar with the work, it is likely that you aren't as familiar with the man behind it, Brandon Stanton.
Tell us what Humans of New York has accomplished since the beginning to now.
Well, there's several metrics to measure it. I think by far the most valuable point, I think and I hope, it's these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds over the course of 15 years, millions of little moments between somebody on one side of a computer screen and some stranger on the streets of New York City that gave them some sort of comfort. Excuse me. I was wondering if there's any way I could take your photograph.
To this day, Brandon walks around the streets of New York City looking to interview and photograph total strangers. And despite being at this for 15 years now, he still gets rejected.
I'm actually good. Okay. Sorry. No, that's no problem. Don't apologize. No is the most common answer I hear.
But when he does get a yes,
Yeah.
he goes deep.
What is your biggest challenge in life right now?
My biggest challenge right now is to stay in the moment.
Brandon will often spend an hour or two with someone, making them comfortable enough to tell their story.
I had a situation in the last year with my son. It definitely challenged me as far as having a faith that everything's going to be okay.
What we learned about Brandon after spending a couple of hours with him
Oh, excuse me.
is the man who is able to compel people to share their most vulnerable life moments often struggles to do the same.
You did say, it is interesting that I constantly am exposing other people's lives. When
Well, and expose is a strong word.
Okay, expose. What would you say? How do you say it?
Sh-
Where do you find the irony?
Yeah, well, it's that I'm constantly pressing for greater and greater amounts of specificity. Whereas in, you know, with my private life, but again, I think a lot of it comes.
Well, finish it. Finish it with my private life. What?
Well, with my private life, there is a boundary across which we do not go.
But on this day, we did go there. And as it turns out, the man behind the lens may be as complicated as the humans he speaks to.
When I was 19 years old, I was a real screw up. I flunked out of college. I was a drug addict, very much so. And I kind of hit rock bottom, and the only people who would take me in were my grandparents, who I barely knew. It was on my biological father's side of the family.
This is in Georgia.
Yeah, and so I was living in their basement. I was working as a host at Applebee's, watching all my other friends go to college, and just feeling very much like a failure.
What kind of drug were you addicted to?
Adderall was my bad one.
When did you start?
High school. Everybody had a prescription.
Who got you hooked on it?
Oh, I got myself hooked on it. But, you know, there's a lot of drug addiction in my family.
Eventually, Brandon got clean and went back to school in Georgia, where he grew up. And with that came an opportunity to work in finance in Chicago.
To me, bond trader was the opposite of screw up. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was such,
Sure.
Yeah. And so when I got that job, I clung onto that job and that title and that identity. And when it started going bad, my mental health really started going down because I needed that to cover up so much shame about who I was. Yes?
Gotcha.
And so when I finally got fired, I had this moment where I was like, okay, all of this thought energy that I had trying to be somebody is now dissipated. And I can ask myself, what do I want to do? And at that time, I'd been photographing for about 2 months. I got the camera as kind of a life preserver to try to, you know, keep myself above water because work was going so bad.
At 26 years old, Brandon moved to New York with the ambitious goal to take 10,000 photos of the humans who live here.
In the early years of Humans of New York, you know, maybe I wasn't moving towards something like I thought I was. Maybe I was running from something. And the times where I would just want to lay in bed and just stay in bed. What was it that got me off the mattress? Was it this desire to connect millions of people? Or was it the fear that I was a screw up?
After 3 years of scraping by, one of Brandon's photos went viral on Facebook, and the rocket ship that would become Humans of New York took off.
I was just trying to hang on. And then this wave came up underneath me. I'd only been photographing for 6 months. A year later, millions of people were following it.
With millions of followers also came millions of dollars.
We have managed to, you know, raise 20 million for various causes. And, but you know, I think by far the most valuable point of I don't think my contribution and impact in the world will ever be measured by money.
But money is part of humans' legacy because it's that money that's transforming lives.
I have this regular, and he walked in and she got up and she like stood her heels on the rung of the bar stool and she was like, "You saved her, you saved her." And then she goes, "And you saved all of us as well." And she was just
We did our interview with Brandon at Mario's Pub in the East Village of Manhattan, a business he helped to save during the pandemic after featuring the owner, Mary, on Humans of New York. The mother of 6 was known locally for making delicious scones, and Brandon suggested they start a fundraiser to sell them. $1 million worth of orders later, Mario's Pub was saved, and she went on to open a now successful scone shop.
So important, like what he did.
Mary's story is not unique.
Humans of New York gave me a megaphone that went internationally. He raised almost $1 million for us in 6 days.
Everybody knows us. And I think he just kind of exploded it. You know, people say it all the time. You know, I saw you on Humans of New York. I read your story. I mean, that's it. You know, that's it. I mean, what more can you say?
I don't know at what point Brandon decided to do a fundraiser for me. I was working paycheck to paycheck, eking out pennies. And so it enabled me to pay cash for this house.
Now, around 10,000 interviews and photos later.
Can I feel it?
Yeah, and it looks exactly like
I
fabric.
love the look of it.
Brandon has come out with his 5th book, Dear New York, and all proceeds are being donated.
So my first book sold almost 1 million copies. I'd only been photographing for 2.5 years. And I really wanted to go back in time and make a book about New York City now that I really, really know what I'm doing, so that it could be polished and everything that I want to say about this city.
So this book, very simply put, is about what?
It's my love letter to New York, I guess, through the stories of its people.
You feel like the vessel?
I'm trying to be.
Here's my 2 cents. Without Brandon's struggles, there probably would have never been a Humans of New York. Pain can be our greatest teacher and our best purpose driver.
How would I describe Brandon? I look at Brandon, the Humans of New York guy, and then I look at Brandon Stanton, the human being. Give me a minute.
Brandon allowed me to see myself in a way that I had never been able to glimpse.
Whatever he's getting out of this, I wish him 10 times more, because he's a good man trying to do good things, and that's rare.
I think I heard of you.
Yeah. For me, a big thing is, what does God want me to do? And my answer to that is use my work to somehow provide comfort, to somehow improve the lives of other people, to create moments of connection, as opposed to how far am I? How much further can I go?
The words that are coming into my mind right now as I listen to this are thank you, pain. Thank you, pain.
Yeah, and because I say, if you can find somebody's struggle, you can find their genius, because you find the thing that they've pushed up against, they've thought about, that has kept them awake the most at night. When you find that spot in somebody, you normally find the thing that they can tell the world that's different than everybody else.
So well said. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We humans connect when we share stories with each other about struggle, not success, but struggle. And this project, Humans of New York, proves that out.
And it also proves it's not hard to be nice to people, David. Look at all the good things that have happened based on the work that Brandon has done. I love what the man said, a good man trying to do good things.
And that's rare, but it shouldn't be rare.
You're right,
I actually
Tony,
think books like this
rare.
point to the direction of it not being rare.
And speaking of books, the beginning of your life is just a chapter. You can keep writing.
Yeah.
You can create new chapters. He said he was down and out, addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
And look where he is now and what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
You know, it's really similar actually to the Dan Hurley book we were talking about earlier. Coach Hurley, down and out at one point in his life, now at the very top of the basketball world. You've got Brandon Stanton, down and out, now at the very top of arts and photography.
This was really good, David.
It's a beautiful thing. David, thank you for connecting us once again. Because it's baseball season, baseball playoffs are going on. David's offering up a good old Monday doubleheader, and he joins us now from New Orleans. David, good morning.
Tony D, good morning to you. Got to buy one, get one free this morning. 2 stories, 2 reasons to make you smile. Why don't we start in Connecticut, where there is a rock star high school softball pitcher who is stunning her teammates and the opponents, not because of what she's doing on the field, but because of how she's doing it.
The pop of that catcher's mitt tells you the girl pitching is serious. She's 17-year-old Connecticut native Jenica Matos, ace pitcher for the Cheshire High School Rams. Just listen to how her coach describes her.
Resilient, gritty, hardworking, kind.
But there is one thing that makes Jenica's story that much more incredible. She's legally blind.
It started when I was about
10 or 11. Yeah, I told my parents that, like, while playing softball, the ball kind of looked like fuzzy, like it wasn't as clear as it used to be.
Jenica was diagnosed with Stargardt disease. It is a rare genetic disorder that robbed her of her central vision.
When I was younger, I was able to see like the people's faces, like if I was in the dugout and looking out on the field, and now I can't at all.
So how does she do it? Well, Jenica is able to see contrast. So her catcher will wear a black mitt and a white chest protector to give her something to aim for. After that,
it's kind of muscle memory now. Like me and my pitching coach, we work a lot on muscle memory and knowing like when I release the ball where it's gonna go.
so it takes a special mindset and some bravery to get into that pitcher's circle.
I've always been determined that I would make it work. Some days are harder than other days where I want to give up, but I don't because I do love the sport and it's my passion.
That passion has driven success. The Rams are the Connecticut State softball champions. And pitching when that title was clinched, Jenica Matos, who finished it off with what else?
It was a strikeout look game. I think back and I look at the video of the last out, and it's just like, it's truly amazing.
She is laser focused. That Jenica is next headed to St. John's University on a full scholarship, we might add. Rooting you on, Jenica. From Connecticut to Arkansas, I want to introduce you to a good man who had a good idea and turned it into a field of dreams.
This love story, starring Sam and Pat Peroni, took center stage on a baseball diamond. Their love for each other, their grandchildren, and America's pastime would come together in a way they never expected. It started 10 years ago when Sam built a field for his two grandchildren, never imagining what it would grow up to mean.
We had this pasture on the side of our house, and I was looking at it one day, and I went inside and I said, you know, Pat, we could build a baseball field on that.
And so they did, together. They watched their grandchildren spend hours under the Northwest Arkansas sun chasing baseballs and childhood dreams. A field built for love was going to become a field full of life.
If you build it, they will come. And they started coming.
Word spread because Sam didn't just build a rinky-dink baseball practice field. He built a regulation Little League diamond, complete with personal touches.
We have one hitter at a time.
As the field was blossoming, Sam and Pat's world was changing. At just 62 years old, Pat was diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
It's such an awful disease because it not only kills the patient, it also takes away their dignity, and it robs them of their most precious thing, and that's memories.
Pat needed round-the-clock care and eventually moved into a full-time care facility.
You could see the names of the teams.
For Sam, he turned his heartbreak into purpose. He transformed the baseball park they built together into a field of dreams. Every summer, children gather for a tournament raising money for Alzheimer's research.
The very first official tournament, I think we raised $5,000. And then every year we've set a goal higher, and every year we've surpassed the goal.
This year's tournament carried an even deeper meaning because in May, Pat passed away.
There's not a tournament that goes by that I don't have people come up and talk to me about their grandmother or their mother or their father or their sister, brother, somebody like that that has Alzheimer's. And it leaves a lasting impression.
Sam's dream is to take his Field of Dreams tournament nationwide, raising hope for families through the Patricia Ann Peroni Field of Dreams Foundation.
My goal is to raise $1 million for Alzheimer's research a year.
At 77 years old, Sam still finds enjoyment in the simplest moments.
You catching it good?
Yeah, I'm catching it pretty good.
Good, good. Well, listen, you go have a good practice.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
And you come back anytime you want.
My friends, in the end, this is not a baseball story. This is a love story of a husband and wife, of grandchildren and their grandfather. and of a game that gave them all a way to keep loving after loss.
That story is a tribute to Miss Pat. Hey, you know who maintains that field? Parents and coaches who all come together to keep the Peroni dream alive in that corner of Northwest Arkansas. You got a story that'll make us smile, something that'll remind us of our shared humanity and our better angels? Email us, would you? Our team email is deardavid@cbsnews.com. Back to you guys.
No, David, you never disappoint when you find the shared humanity, because I know it's out there. I know it's there. It's a lot out there, and I'm glad you always find it. Field of Dreams, indeed.
And putting pain into purpose.
Exactly.
Count on it every Monday.
There you go. And you hit another home run, David. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, brother.
Last year, we met Gail Noble from Oceanside, California. She was known for her persistent kindness and her mission to spread joy one sweet treat at a time. After her death this summer, Gail's impact continued to ripple through her community and far beyond.
Gail Noble was not famous, but she was unforgettable.
Thank you so much there. Oh my God, Gail, give some love.
Because her kindness was.
Gail was just a special, very special person.
Gail died in June, and on what would have been her 79th birthday, her daughter, Nissa Noble, threw a party instead of a funeral.
Happy birthday, Gail!
And on the menu, bacon, more bacon. And a lineup of her favorite treats, just as Gail would have wanted it. The room looked like a science fair. There were poster boards charting Gail's life, from girl to mother and wife. Not to mention the scientist who held patents.
D's, F's, B's, a few A's. What I love about Gail is that she didn't pretend to be perfect.
There was a woman who carried a laptop through the party live streaming so that Gail's fans watching in Dubai and Australia and India could be there too. But people didn't come for her inventions. And look, there were some impressive ones. They came because Gail was best known for her random acts of, as Nissa calls it, aggressive kindness.
You will get things. She will not take no for an answer. She's going to give you more than you asked for. All of you. And it's gonna be her way. This is what I mean by the aggressive kindness. Like, she just can't help it. She just wants to give.
Back in 2024, I spent the day with Gail in Oceanside, California.
What I get out of it is the joy of knowing that I've added some spark into each one of them.
I love that, Gail.
That's the best part.
Isn't that the best feeling?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
For the last 7 years of her life, nearly every single week, Gail would make the rounds at Trader Joe's and the post office and UPS, like clockwork.
Thank you, Gail. She always greets us, says hi. She'll tell us, you guys have such a hard job. I know what you're going through. I've done it before. And here's some muffins to get you through the day.
And the people she surprised for years surprised everyone by showing up to say goodbye.
I know Gail from Trader Joe's. She would come in shopping, sprinkle her goodies around.
I'll say she almost got us in trouble when she first started doing this, because we're not supposed to accept gratuities or cookies. And she would sometimes literally throw them in our direction and say, all right, we'll see you tomorrow. And she did that every day.
Her kindness even reached strangers like Sherry, who only met Gail through our story on CBS Mornings.
I first heard about Gail when I saw CBS Mornings, and I was just so taken with it. I go, oh my God, and I saw the whole story. And it would just touch me because I was close to my mom, and I thought, this is great. You don't see feel-good kind of stories like this.
Nissa is the one who built her mom a home online. It was a community she called Planet Gail.
My mom, Gail, was too much. Too fierce, too smart, too weird, too honest, too full of heart. So I built her a place here on the internet where being too much is the whole point.
That social media account drew hundreds of thousands of followers. People who said Gail made them feel less alone and more themselves.
I even put on one of the posts, it's on my bucket list to meet you in person one day. So it just
you almost
breaks
did.
my heart that I didn't get to meet her in person. So she was an inspiration. She really was.
You said to me, perhaps one of the biggest takeaways from this story is what you got out of it.
Through learning how to love her, through learning who she is and just accepting her for who she is, so many people have been able to do the same. Not only do I feel a huge sense of peace and growth, but there are hundreds of thousands of people across the world that are feeling that too.
She taught me how to be patient, how to love, and always giving.
One of Gail's last outings was to the hospital. And even there, despite the pain she was in, she just couldn't help herself.
What is this?
A treat.
Oh, thank you.
How are you feeling today?
Yucky.
You felt good enough to give people cookies today.
Yep. I like to do that. They deserve a treat. Most people don't understand what these poor folks go through.
The relationship wasn't always easy, but caregiving and Gail's Alzheimer's diagnosis brought them closer.
I feel that she got really lucky with the way that the disease manifested for her, because she became much more childlike. As she disappeared more, in some ways I felt like I got to see her soul more. I got to see her heart. Okay, Mom, I love you.
I love you.
Very much.
Very, very much.
And that, my friends, is the lesson we can all take from Gail Noble. To love people who are hard to love, to live with kindness, and to, at the end of the day, just be ourselves.
This morning, David has a story of faith, forgiveness, and healing. He shows us how a hurtful crime decades ago led to renewed purpose for two men who now help others together.
You'd never imagine how these two friends met.
He's like my biggest supporter. I'm his biggest supporter.
He tells people I'm his best friend.
Don Allison and Marcus Sheffin met on opposite ends of a gun in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, back in 1996.
All of a sudden, a guy jumps up and he's got a gun in my face like this in a split second.
I ran up on him. It's kind of difficult to talk about it.
You know, here you go, take the car. Just don't pull that trigger, man. And so,
told him to give me everything he had.
And I hear a click, and the bullet clipped my shirt.
I shot at him.
You missed?
I missed it.
The bullet misses. He goes to my car. I'm thinking, wow, this is incredible. I'm alive, and he's going to drive off.
I got his car keys and went to his car, and I come back.
And I'm doing my best to try to talk him out of it, and he pulls the trigger.
And I heard him say, "You got me."
That bullet barreled through his right leg and lodged in the left, barely missing the main artery.
If it nicks that artery, you bleed to death in 4 or 5 minutes.
Instead, Allison was back home in just 2 days.
I could have took this man's life.
Yes.
You know, so it still haunts me.
Before that night, had you robbed somebody before?
Never.
Had you shot somebody
Never.
before?
The cops quickly caught him, and Allison testified against Sheffin at trial.
I mean, this guy tried to kill me, and I thought he should never, ever see the outside of prison barbed wire for the rest of his life.
Your trial lasted one day.
I think it lasted 2 hours.
And so the jury goes out, and in 20 minutes, they're back. We have a verdict, Your Honor. Guilty, guilty, and guilty.
You were sentenced to 95 years.
Yeah.
Did you think you'd ever get out?
No. I just said this was going to be my life.
Life at the Louisiana State Penitentiary known as Angola.
I made my mind up when I got to Angola, I was going to do the right thing.
He learned a trade, became a barber, and began to cut a new path.
Sorry and accountability is two different things.
That's right. What's the difference?
You can say I'm sorry, but not taking accountability of what you did. Thank you for...
So Sheffin began righting his wrongs by writing these letters.
How many times did you write to Mr. Allison while in prison?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6.
What were you trying to tell him in those letters?
How sorry I was.
Look, he wrote letters to me. I was not concerned that he was going to...
Did those letters move your heart?
Not a lot. You know, I was still the bulldog that wanted him to stay in for the rest of his life.
But the very day in 2016 that Allison asked the parole board to keep Sheffin behind bars,
my wife asked me the question, Don, do you think you did the right thing this morning? And I thought, oh man, I am busted now.
and that is when he found the Louisiana Department of Corrections Victim Offender Dialogue Program, which allowed Allison to meet face to face with the man who almost murdered him.
Did he admit to you that he did it?
Oh, absolutely. He said it right away.
We talked for like 8 hours. I cried and we talked.
What'd you tell him?
I just told him I'm sorry.
And Sheffin says it was important for him to also say that to a few more people.
Actually, the main highlight to this is apologizing to his daughters and his wife.
I'll never forget him looking us in the eye and apologizing to me and my sister and my mom, which meant a lot to us because I wasn't expecting that. It was really about my dad and Marcus. But it was so beautiful. It's one of my favorite moments of my life so far.
How you been doing?
But it was something else Sheffin said that really moved her father.
He said that in one of his jobs in prison, he learned to be a hospice worker. He looked me in the eye, he said, Mr. Allison, I change men's diapers. It is a humbling experience.
What did that say to you?
That told me that he does have a compassionate heart.
Did you expect him to forgive you?
No, never. My wildest dream.
But you see, at the time, Allison was undergoing a transformation of his own. He had gotten a calling to become a deacon in the Catholic Church.
And it made me more willing to forgive him.
So is Marcus out if Don doesn't start the process to be a deacon?
Maybe not.
At Sheffin's next parole hearing in 2020, Don Allison offered these words that changed both of their lives.
I have forgiven Marcus. I'm very confident telling you that Mr. Sheffin is a different man. He clearly deserves a second chance.
Why did you give Marcus that second chance?
All things pointed to the fact of he has turned his life around. He deserves a second chance. I had to do the right thing. Yeah.
And by doing the right thing, Don Allison insists it was more than just an attempted murderer who got a second chance.
Because it was God's plan. It has turned me around. It has turned Marcus around. We've gone from, this is my worst nightmare, to this guy's a good friend of mine.
Don Allison goes from being your victim, still hurts when you hear it, right? Your victim.
Yeah, it does.
To your advocate and now
my best friend.
Y'all need anything else for right now?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Friends who now regularly meet up for lunch and volunteer with the Louisiana Parole Project.
What self-care could you use right now?
Which provides legal aid, classes, and housing to help formerly incarcerated people like Sheffin.
The body of Christ.
Don Allison was ordained a deacon in the Catholic Church in 2023.
And bowing his head.
And for his ministry of charity, he chose prisons.
I know what it does for the men, but what does it do for you?
Oh, it's so rewarding. You know what you find inside those prisons? Prisons are full of children of God. We are all children of God.
Together, they've even gone back to Angola, where Marcus served 13 of his 24 years, to reach out to the men still behind those bars.
If I can help just one person to get out.
And this time they returned with Allison, not as victim and shooter.
How you doing, my best friend?
Doing great, man.
But as brothers in purpose.
I can survive physically. You can survive 24 years in prison.
Right.
Both become different people. Our paths cross back again. And here we are together, working together to help other people.
What do you think? Some things are better shown than said.
Don Allison.
Ooh.
Wow, wow. I've never seen a story like that.
Me neither. Listen, shout out to that man's wife, though.
I was thinking that too.
Yeah. Asking him a question that penetrated his soul.
Nate, I thought the exact same thing.
Are you sure you did the right thing?
Wow.
Ooh-wee.
Bravo, bravo to all involved.
This week, David is back with another edition of Dear David, where he shares stories submitted to him by viewers like yourself.
You know, sometimes the greatest stories about heroes are written by the children who grow up to become them.
Well, look who it is. What's going on?
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Hey, so tell me why you wanted to write to me. What did you want me to know?
I wanted you to be inspired and encouraged, and anyone who sees this to be inspired and encouraged. Never give up, keep the faith, and be thankful for the small things.
The question that started this story came from a child.
I asked, Dad, how did you get in a wheelchair?
Some kids' questions aren't easy to answer.
He said it was before I was born.
Here's where this story starts.
On May 29th, 1992, I woke up with extreme back pain between both shoulder blades, almost as if it was a stabbing.
Stephen Bell was 22 years old when a blood vessel burst in his spine, paralyzing him from the chest down.
I was in rehab for about 2 months and learning how to just to live again. I gained a whole new perspective on the world.
Years later, his youngest son, Gareth, got a school assignment. Write about your hero.
How did my dad get in a wheelchair, I thought.
Gareth wrote about his dad.
It's like he's still walking because he takes care of himself and the family.
And a few words changed how a father felt about himself.
Dear David.
In an email to me, Stephen said how much Gareth's words meant.
When I read it, I felt seen for the first time in a long time. It was as if he understood what I had gone through and how I battled daily to continue to provide for our family regardless of the circumstances.
That assignment is what sent Gareth on his path.
Gareth decided to become a physical therapist so that he could help others like me someday. To quote him, "Papa, I've been watching you suffer my whole life. I should become someone who can do something about it so that others don't have to go through what you went through."
Gareth went to the University of Miami and now helps to run Adaptive Beach Days, helping people with disabilities get into the ocean. And recently, one of those people was his dad. For the first time in more than 25 years, Stephen felt the ocean on his skin with his son right beside him.
They had to keep me from just jumping out of the chair and swimming. It was just like heaven for me.
The first little splash hits him, and I just see probably the biggest smile I'd ever seen on his face in my entire life.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cry, but I was so thankful.
Since that first swim, Stephen has been back several times.
When he was younger, I thought that compassion and empathy that he had, I thought, okay, this could be used as a weakness. But then I realized that it's his special sauce. I was surprised that he said that I'm his hero because looking back on it, if I had to say it again, I'd say, I want to be like him when I grow up. I strive to be the person that he actually sees.
Stephen wrote about his son, the one who called him his hero. But the truth is, they're heroes to each other. And that original assignment, well, it still has one more line.
The prompt was, who is your hero?
Gareth's answer then and now.
He taught me how to be a man, all the lessons that I, hold on, excuse me. He was my role model growing up, and he still is.
Dad's trying to hold it together.
Thank you for that story. If you have one like it, email us, would you? Dear David at cbsnews.com. And I want to say one more thing. You heard Stephen bring up compassion. It is not a weakness. Don't let anybody tell you compassion is a weakness. It is, in fact, a strength. Remember that, my friends. Back to you.
That was so beautiful, David. I mean, a lot of kids, for them, their parents are their heroes. But to see how his father remains his hero as a child and as an adult is just so powerful.
Yeah, David, you touched on it. Tony and I were talking about how his father processed those two characteristics, compassion and empathy, and initially thinking, This could be a weakness for a young boy growing up.
The honesty.
Yeah,
the world is
honest.
tough.
Yeah, but then realizing, like you said, David, it is a superpower.
One of my favorites, David. Really, really nicely done.
Yeah.
Well done, brother.
So this week, David brings us the story of a young man who shows us sometimes the heart can be found in places where most of us wouldn't even bother to look.
Hey, thanks for taking a little time to meet us. We appreciate it.
Y'all meet Seth Barney. He's a big name in small towns.
And people are like, you look like you're still in college, like you're the historian. That's nice. The welcome sign's gonna be right there.
This 25-year-old from Nebraska finds beauty in the places a lot of us often overlook.
Once you're at the end of Main Street here, we're gonna work back over to like the library.
He roams the Midwest for his publishing company, Wander More, which he started back in 2020 during the pandemic, having just graduated from high school. He documents landmarks, things to do, places to eat, and then he posts his finding on Wander More's Facebook pages and goes on to sell his self-published travel guides. And let me just tell you, if you ever run into him, don't mention flyover states.
Oh man, flyover state kind of irks me a little bit. Doesn't matter if it's 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. Every town's got a story to share.
Our first stop with Seth?
Blue Earth, Minnesota, and it's the home of the Jolly Green Giant.
It's the town's 55-foot-tall, 8,000-pound tribute to Minnesota's homegrown canned vegetable company. The statue's museum doubles as the town's chamber of commerce.
A lot of us don't have a huge advertising budget to get the word out. And so when Seth offered to highlight what we have here, I was thrilled.
His next stop was a firehouse in Frost, Minnesota, just 15 minutes away.
The population sign says 198, but we had 2 births here in the last couple weeks, so our population now has crested to 200. We're pretty excited about it. Just can't beat the small town living. Everybody can stop and talk to anybody at any random time, and if you need a favor or need help with something, everybody will step up.
Now this all evolved from an idea that Seth had back in elementary school.
And I'm like, well, I want to go to every town in Nebraska. Like, Dad, like we should go like check them all out. And he's like, oh, haha, like, yeah, maybe someday, Seth.
Someday came when Seth was home from college during the pandemic, and he just happened to find his 3rd grade scrapbook.
I was flipping through it. I'm like, I can fulfill that dream I had as a 10-year-old. So I recruited one of my best friends, and I told him like, hey, we're gonna go to every town in the state. Like, are you in?
Well, that could only mean one thing. Road trip, y'all.
I've been to every incorporated town in Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Kansas, North Dakota, and soon to be Minnesota. And the corresponding town numbers for those: 531 for Nebraska, 939 for Iowa, 310 for South Dakota, 627 for Kansas, 355 in North Dakota, and Minnesota will be 856.
Over the last 5 years, hundreds of thousands of people have followed Seth online as he's highlighted the historic, the quirky, and the downright unique.
There's a town in Nebraska only has one person, and it's this like 90-year-old lady. Her name is Elsie, and she's the mayor, she's the bartender, she's the librarian, she's even an honorary sheriff with the local county. We decided to go to every town in Iowa.
Each state that Seth has visited has had its own book under the Wander More umbrella, and sales from every one of the books funds his next adventure.
Oh, that's so cool.
These days, he's traveling with Elise, his wife. She says it took seeing Seth in action to convince her that he was serious about this whole visit every town thing.
I was like, he's lying. I was just kind of in like awe maybe, because it is really, truly like a lot of work. I could not be more proud of him as his wife and the person who's kind of with him all the time. People really have no idea.
He's meant a lot to these little communities. Just listen to him on the radio in Blue Earth, Minnesota, with Taylor DeVary at KBEW Radio.
What made you decide from starting in Nebraska to then doing all the other states in the Midwest?
So because Nebraska was so successful, I was like, all right, like I wonder if Iowa would have the same reaction.
It's boosting the small businesses.
It means so much to the people here.
I wish I would have thought of something like this when I was your age.
It's a lot of nostalgia for people. I can take a small town, any small town in the Midwest, and I was able to put every single one of them in the spotlight, and then I immortalize it in a book where people 100 years from now can go back and be like, this is what my grandparents' town looked like. I feel like I'm doing something important.
You know, my friends, at the end of the day, maybe the biggest gift Seth gives all of us is a reminder that in a one-stoplight town, you still matter.
There it is. I love this story because who does that? Seth and Elise just finished the state of Minnesota over the weekend, all 856 towns of it. They've checked off most of the states in the Midwest now, and next stop they're headed to is the good state of Colorado.
I know, David, I love when you said, who does that? Seth and his wife.
Elise, yeah.
I think it's wonderful when she said, I was thinking, yeah, sure, because this is really hard. It is hard what they're doing. But I think when he says, he hates the term flyover state because every state, I get that. Every state has a story.
I completely agree. I mean, I would even go smaller. He says he goes to all incorporated towns. How about the unincorporated ones? My mom lives in a place that's not officially a town at all. I mean, there's a lot of little places to live, but I'm kidding around. He's doing a wonderful thing.
No, and it also, what I loved about seeing those places, David, is it just reminds you for the chronically online that there is an America out there where life is good and people aren't worried about all the noise that is inundating us every single day.
And you know what? If you're tired of the noise, you can move there and they'll welcome you.
That's right.
Go ahead, David.
Touche, and I will say, having grown up in Louisiana, now living in Los Angeles and traveling for CBS News over the last decade, some of my favorite places are in those flyover states, as we call them, in the middle of Kansas, the middle of North Dakota, places you otherwise would never see, but it's why we call it the heart of America.
I know, David, sometimes we need to be reminded there are a lot of great people in the world doing great things, and we need to remind people of that.
That's what you do, David.
Sometimes.
That's what you're doing,
Shout out
brother.
to my favorite small town, Circle, Montana.
Thanks, guys.
It's been exactly 3 years since we introduced you to Jeff and Johnny Agar. The father and son triathletes are achieving the insurmountable in the world of endurance sports. David shows us how they are defying the odds yet once again.
So much fun.
It's the first time back in the saddle for father and son triathletes Jeff and Johnny Agar.
Doing okay, Dad? Yeah.
Since Jeff faced a near fatal diagnosis.
This burning sensation was telling me that I'm not getting enough blood flow to my heart. And I started feeling things in my chest. I knew right then something was going on. Shockingly, one of my arteries is 100% blocked, one was 80%, and another one is 50%.
Jeff and Johnny were in the middle of running a local 15-mile race in their hometown of Grand Rapids, Michigan, when Jeff started feeling those symptoms.
Deep breath in.
In June, at 62 years old, Jeff underwent triple bypass surgery.
You okay?
During his summer-long recovery, one step at a time,
Great senses on here.
the Agars have come to believe that thanks to his extraordinary level of fitness, this sport and Johnny are ultimately what saved Jeff's life.
Got a good cadence going and everything. Thank you. It took me some time to process it. It really gave me an opportunity to say, okay, I wasn't the one that harmed him, I was the one that helped to save him, so that gave me a lot of peace and strength.
Look, nearly every parent receives the gift of joy from their children, but it's not often that they receive the gift of life.
Knees up, head high, buddy.
Jeff was helping Johnny to set this goal that Johnny wanted to achieve, and in the process, Johnny was helping Jeff and giving back to him. You know, that's the full circle moment for me.
Despite 31-year-old Johnny being born with cerebral palsy,
There you go.
which is a muscle disorder that makes it impossible for him to walk without assistance, Johnny has conquered countless triathlons thanks to his partner in stride. During the swim, Jeff pulls Johnny. When they bike, he hauls him. And when they run, he pushes.
Mom's cooking when we get home. I'm not doing it because I love it. It wasn't like a dream of mine. This is Johnny's dream. I'm just giving him the legs and the power to do it.
The Agars have become one of the most recognizable duos in the usual solo sport of triathlon. Inspired by the pioneer father-son triathletes, Dick and Rick Hoyt. With his dad as his motor, Johnny has achieved the insurmountable. He's completed a full Ironman race, a 2.4-mile swim, a 112-mile bike, and a 26.2-mile run. Walking across the finish line for his team with just 4 minutes to spare. A year later, we called on NFL star Peyton Manning.
It is my honor to share with you that Team Agar has earned an official invite to the 2024 Ironman World Championship in Kona, Hawaii.
Who helped us break that news. The Agars then went on to Hawaii to compete in the world's toughest endurance event. Look, it's an honor because only one duo team typically gets invited every year. Today, the Agars are still defining the odds and proving Ironman's mantra to be true, that anything is possible.
I'm so proud of you, Dad. You showed me even more how strong you really are, and I hope that I can be half as strong of a person as you are.
It shouldn't come as a surprise by now that Jeff has vowed it's not a question of if he'll compete in races again with Johnny, it's just a matter of when.
And when I see Johnny get excited about what he does and what we're doing together as a team, it brings great closure for me that I'm doing everything I possibly can to help him out.
My bounty through Christ our Lord, amen.
He's really given me infinity of blessings, and I'm really grateful not just be able to race, but have the best motor in the world.
Boy, a father's love for his son. I keep marveling at both of them, how they're able to do that. Dad in particular.
It is really amazing. You're talking about like just the mechanics of the distances and the pulling.
The pulling and the running.
The swimming.
Yeah, just him living a life fulfilled. Yeah. Like when that father's days are done, he can rest easy knowing that he did everything he could for every person in his family, and of course, in particular, his son.
And we said when he sees his son smile, it means everything. I get it. I get it.
Family comes first.
Always.
This week, David is back with another edition of Dear David, where he shares stories submitted to him by viewers like yourself. And this morning, it's a heartwarming tale about making a connection and turning a decades-old dream into reality.
Dear David, I really love your positive segments on CBS.
Earlier this year, I got a letter from 90-year-old Miriam Baumgarten in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She said, David, I've been holding on to a dream for 80 years to be a flower girl.
When I was 8 years old, the highlight of my childhood was I would be a flower girl at my dad's cousin's wedding. You can't imagine how so disappointed I was when I came down with measles just before the wedding. I couldn't even be consoled. Fast forward to the pandemic, 2020, and I asked if someone could help me with grocery shopping. A nice lady, Elizabeth, volunteered, and we became friends.
For the next year, Mary Ann would connect with people on a social media app and ask if someone would be willing to help her get her groceries. And every week, Elizabeth would answer the call.
Oh, that is so cute. She soon had a little girl. Well, last year, she and her fiance decided to get married. She asked me to be a flower girl and walked down the aisle with her 3-year-old daughter. So, 80 years after not being a flower girl, I finally got my wish at 88 years. Oh, there's David.
Hello, ladies.
Hi. Hi, David.
Nice to see you. Mary Ann, you look great.
Oh, thank you.
When you sent me that photo of you walking down the aisle, like my heart did a little happy surge for you, and I thought, I want to share this. And then when I called you, Elizabeth, and you told me the backstory, I was like, who does that?
So a lot of this story has to do with COVID. The whole world shut down within 6 months of me moving to a place where I didn't know anyone. Became aware of the Nextdoor app, and that's ultimately the post that I responded to in relationship to Mary Ann. Oh, look at you with your butterflies! I knew Mary Ann was a mother. I'm recording. And she knew that I was about to embark on that journey.
Now remember, the bond they built developed over the course of a year. as Elizabeth delivered groceries to a neighbor she had never met.
We got to know each other more in terms of everything from particularities on what type of popcorn you can eat, all the way down to the names of babies. I remember sending her a list of my highest, like my top 3.
If I ordered some yogurt, she'd bring extra yogurt. She left flowers for me, and it really cheered me up. Being in my 80s, I did not want to have any contact with anybody, so I survived.
We both did.
Yes.
Nailed it.
We both did. To be a flower girl at my special friend's wedding was really thrilling.
The big day did take a little strategizing with Mary Ann's hand-in-hand partner, Elizabeth's daughter, Willa.
I said, Willa, let's pretend we're turtles and we'll walk real slow. That was at rehearsal. So for the wedding, we lined up, and she looked at me and she said, are we still turtles? I said, oh yes, we're still turtles.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, what do you think the takeaway is for people who will watch this story?
If you see a need, how much does it really take away from your life to be able to fulfill that? What I've gotten from it has paid me back tenfold.
So your story pays me back, because with all the storytelling we do about good in the world, it begets another wonderful story like this.
Here you go, honey. Okay. I've always described Willa, my daughter, as sort of being the heartbeat at my feet, and this woman is part of the same. She's just, it was lovely. It's important that people, that you make connections. And Mary Ann's been my best friend here since we've been here. How are you?
In the heart of America, there are Mary Ann and Elizabeth reminding us of what good neighbors are really like.
And speaking of one story begetting another, if you've got a story for David, you can email deardavid@cbsnews.com or reach out to him directly on social media.
You can tell that they've clearly bonded. I love that phrase, heartbeat at my feet. And her little daughter saying, are we still turtles? Because kids take everything so literal.
They really do.
And they always remember, too.
Yeah, it's a beautiful tale, and what can come from responding to a neighbor.
Stranger.
Yeah. I really think it really helps to know the people in your neighborhood. Take the time to do it.
And I like that she was intentional. She's like, I'm moving to a new place, and I need a friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she found not only that, a best friend.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
Bonded for life.
Hi, we're twins. Hi.
He volunteered to give her one of his kidneys.
Oh, I know.
And instead found a cancer that could have killed him.
You're doing a really nice job.
Thank you.
Before we talk about the diagnosis or the donation,
Just a bit.
I want you to know who Rob Lane is.
Let's just leave it here.
Take one. The things I do for David.
He has been my dear friend for nearly 20 years.
Things I do for you.
Even better.
Never mind, David.
Who? David who?
The way that Rob shows up for people like Doris Patel.
We have a tenacity about us, right?
Explains exactly why he stepped forward in the first place.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. I like this.
Rob grew up in Sacramento, adopted at birth and raised Jewish by 2 teachers. He had a family from day one. What he didn't have was a medical history.
I tried to do the DNA testing. I tried to find family that I wasn't necessarily connected with, and I couldn't.
But Rob knew something else early in life. He knew what organ donation meant.
Growing up, I had to reconcile the fact that in order for my dad to live, somebody else had to die.
Rob's dad, Leonard, received a liver transplant when Rob was a teenager, and that memory still sits close to the surface.
It was nearly 9 months ago that doctors told Leonard Lane, a 45-year-old kindergarten teacher, that hepatitis B was killing him.
Years later in Sacramento, Rob and his husband Mark met Doris, who became like family.
The Monday.
Oh, our Monday night dinner.
Mondays are for food and belonging, and the kind of community that holds you up.
It's always nice to know I have a place to go New Year's Eve.
But then at 79, Doris was diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease.
And I was in very good health, except for the kidneys, and I was in great shape. And I was good candidate for kidney transplant, but I needed a living donor.
Rob stepped forward. He wasn't a perfect genetic match, but he planned to donate through a voucher program that would prioritize Doris through the National Kidney Registry. Months of testing led to one last requirement, a colonoscopy.
Doctor came in and told me I had cancer. Which, being 45, is hard to hear. Because I have a son, I have a husband, I have a life, I have things that I want to do. I'm not done.
Stage 1 colon cancer. 45 years old, no symptoms. Just 7 months before diagnosis, he was living his best life.
I was running and swimming and being active and traveling. Months before, Mark and I were hiking the Inca Trail, and I'm totally fine. And then wham, I come back and I'm like, wait, actually, you're not fine.
They ended up removing a foot of your colon.
That's right.
You had no chemo, no radiation.
That's right.
But you had a hell of a surgery.
I did. I knew this year I was gonna have surgery. I thought it was gonna be to save somebody else's life. I didn't realize it was gonna be to save my own.
Whew. And as he healed, something shifted.
I leave these experiences with a sense of increased purpose. I don't want to let life happen to me. I wanna make life happen.
Is there something you don't want to do anymore?
Ooh, what do I want to stop doing? That's an interesting question. I want to leave behind what other people think of me and really just live for myself. It's usually a bumper sticker, not a boat sticker.
Rob needed something ahead of him.
One of the first things I did was sign up to swim from Manhattan to the Statue of Liberty. Because at that moment, I realized I needed something not to just be healthy for, I needed something to work for. Because that is living, that's not just surviving.
But even in his own fight, this is classic you. You are still worried about dear Doris.
It was the hardest thing I had to do. And one of the hardest conversations I had to have throughout my whole entire process was to tell my friend Doris that I was no longer a viable candidate. So as we sit here today, she is still in need of a voucher or a kidney or a donor.
Today, Doris is 81 and on peritoneal dialysis.
That'd be pretty on you.
Which she does at home on her own every night as she sleeps. Despite doubts, she says, from her doctor.
Hi, Robin. I go to work every day, 5 days a week. I take care of a house. I live a life, and I want to continue to live a life. When I told him that, he said, I just don't think that you're a candidate for peritoneal dialysis. I said, watch me.
Rob is cancer-free and using what happened to him to promote colon cancer screenings and living organ donation.
I'm not done living and laughing and crying and reading and, doing, and just really being very grateful for that moment. And this is another moment I'm really grateful for, so thank you.
Me too. Me too. Rob so badly wanted to be part of Doris's solution, but instead she became part of his survival.
It was his heart, his generosity, and his love of his father, and the memory of what his father went through that wanted him to do this for me. Therefore, he saved his own life. I just am a byproduct.
I think you're being incredibly humble.
No, humble, me humble. I hope that's on TV. That better be on TV because nobody would say I was humble. You saved your own life. They like to give me credit. I don't take any credit for it. I take credit for the love we have because he wanted to do this for me. And I love that. And I'm old enough to be his girlfriend.
We've got a special live edition today, so we're going to go back to David. You just saw him a couple minutes ago. He's at Mastery Smedley Elementary School in Philadelphia. David, I hope I said that right. Help me here. Mastery Smedley, right?
You did. You nailed it.
All right.
Mastery Smedley Elementary School. Gail, I've been listening to the news all morning, and we need some good news, right? And I promise you, there's a lot of good in what's about to come over the next several minutes. There's hope, healing, and the most incredible story of a young boy who has beaten the odds in a way that not even the doctors expected he would. So let me tell you where we are at the school. Here are all the bright and shiny faces ready for what's coming this morning. We got the cheerleaders. The Philadelphia Eagles cheerleaders are here with us as well as the team's mascot. His name is Ramsey. He's a young boy who was severely injured when a medical transport plane crashed in Philadelphia. So I want to set the stage, take you back, help you understand how we got here. Now, what you're about to see may be hard to watch, but I promise you there is a lot of hope and healing on the other end. Roll the tape.
Position 765, we have a lost aircraft.
On a Friday night after school last January, 9-year-old Ramses Druid Vasquez was in his family's car in Northeast Philadelphia when a medical transport plane crashed, igniting their car in flames. His dad and his dad's girlfriend were trapped inside the car and died from their injuries. A stranger at a nearby restaurant rescued Ramses. He was burned on 90% of his body. Doctors were not sure if he would survive. His mother, Jamie, stayed with him in the hospital for more than 9 months.
You're like, why? Like, how did that happen? He's a good kid, just, wrong place, wrong time.
As Ramses was fighting for his life, his friends at Mastery Smedley Elementary School, where he attended, were looking for ways to help.
He always makes people laugh. He's a kind and loving child. If somebody's sad, he would cheer them up or try to play with them.
Every single person, even parents who don't have fourth graders, coming up to me is there anything we can do?
So Ramses' friends and his teachers all got to work.
3 of our staff members went to Boston and visited Ramses. They brought cards and letters that the kids had written. Our school social worker, Nicole Enriquez, had students make origami to hang in his hospital room.
With the school's help, the community raised more than $100,000 for Ramses. And for his birthday, his friends even threw him a party over FaceTime.
It made me happy because it seemed how he's growing and getting better.
Then last month,
How you feeling? Kind of happy.
he sat down with CBS Philadelphia's Waukesha Bailey for his first television interview. And that little personality was still there.
You're looking at Mom. Why are you looking at Mom?
I got a feeling she's gonna cry.
There is a joy-filled boy inside that burned body who is improving daily with physical therapy and prayers.
God is there and He is helping you. You might not hear Him, but He is listening and He is helping.
Nice, dude. We can't wait to welcome him.
Ramses, I hope you get better and that you come to the school soon.
You're the strongest person I know, and just keep on going. Nothing's impossible.
And I am joined now by Ramses' mom, Jamie, and the principal of the school, Principal Kate Murphy. Kate, I wanted to tell you that because of what your school has done, all that they've done, I told my friends at Canva what happened, and Canva said, well, we want to help. And so I'm here to announce that Canva is going to give $50,000 to your school. $50,000 to Mastery Smedley. Just to say, we want to honor you for all you have done for Ramses.
Thank you so much. That's truly, I can't even tell you how much that means to our school.
You galvanized a community effort that has raised more than $100,000 for this family. How does it feel to see him the way he is now?
Oh, it's amazing. We went yesterday to see Ramses, and it was so exciting to see him with his friends and just being himself, getting to hang out with his friends again, was the best gift we could have gotten coming up to Christmas.
We were lucky enough to have a chance to see him. Jamie, thank you for inviting us to go and see him yesterday at the hospital. So he is scheduled to come home tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yeah.
That's some breaking news. How is he feeling?
He's feeling great. He's excited for Christmas.
Yeah.
We are like anticipating being with brothers. Yeah, we can wait for him. It's been a long way.
Well, when we went to see him at the hospital yesterday, we took his best friends and a camera. So we're going to show you what that was like on the other side of the break. So don't move. We've got more, plus another big surprise.
We are in the middle, right smack dab in the middle of a very special Begnaud's America. Dave is live right now at Philadelphia at Mastery Smedley Elementary School. So he just revealed a $50,000 donation to that school, but we're not done. Let's go to David right now, where he's got yet another surprise. Okay, David, what you thinking?
Jim's retiring.
All right, Gail, here we go. So I told you that the most incredible story of a young boy named Ramses, who has beaten the odds, is about to come to a better ending than they thought. So the doctors weren't sure he'd survive. Then they weren't sure when he'd go home. And tomorrow is the day he is going to walk out of that rehab hospital, headed home for Christmas. We took his best friends to see him yesterday. Watch this.
Hi, Ramses. Hi, Ramses. What's up, Ramses? What's up, bro? Hey, Ramses.
How are you feeling today?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. We're just so excited to be here.
Tell me who these folks are to you.
These are all my best friends. Most of us knit in class, and some of us knit in recess.
Soccer has been a popular game, and we saw that you were practicing your soccer skills. You better have them on, because these boys, oh no, they're competitive in that soccer field.
That's it.
Let's see what's in there.
I can already see something started there.
Pull it out for him.
Mikey.
Buddy,
not 1 week has gone by where your friends were not asking how you're doing.
What are you looking forward to next?
Going home and back to school, doing math, reading, science.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? What the heck does 6'7" mean? 1, 2, 3. It's happening tomorrow. Ramses is going home. His mom, Jamie, joins me here. Listen, you have been through so much. I was hearing that you left your job as a cafeteria worker to care for him. You haven't been able to work in the last 11 months. Heck, I heard y'all even got into an accident on Thanksgiving. Your car got hit?
Yeah. After I paid the toll, I was 3 hours stuck on traffic.
Oh, you've been through so much.
Yeah.
And we have a surprise for you. So I called my friend, David Kelleher, who owns a car dealership here in town. And I want to take you outside with me. Open the doors, guys.
Oh, my God.
That is your brand new car.
Oh,
a 2026 Chrysler
you are lying.
minivan. Come with me.
Oh, my God, you're lying.
Show you your car. Watch it. Car to replace that unreliable one.
Oh my God, no way.
A brand new minivan. Jamie was telling us how because of
thank you.
it can be difficult to
Oh my God.
How are you feeling right now?
Overwhelmed. I was not expecting this, and oh my God, you guys have been a blessing. I cannot believe it. Thank you.
Where's David Kelleher? I want to bring a man of the hour who made it happen. There he is. David Dodge. Listen, if you live in the Philadelphia area, you've seen this guy on television. He sells cars, but I called him and I said, David, what can we do for this woman? And you said, yes, I'm in.
Yeah, well, you know, what the family has been through is so traumatic. And the courage that Ramses showed and the inspiration he is to all of his classmates, I couldn't stand down on this. And I needed to get you something that was so comfortable to transport him.
Thank you.
And
she wants to give
really,
me
And there it is, America. Look, turn and show everybody here at Pastor East Medley Elementary School one more time.
Thank you so much.
No. Thank you, everybody.
Oh my God.
This is going to be great.
What a heck of a Monday. Taking Begnauds America on the road to show you some good news happening across this country. We cannot wait for Ramses to come home. His mother said it'll be a Christmas miracle, and indeed it will be. We'll toss it back to you guys in New York.
All right. All right, David, thank you so much. I mean, what a nice man David Keller is behind the car. But what struck me about the mom, you were so happy when your child is happy. Yeah. And to see that he has all the friends around him and all the friends celebrating, you're not even thinking, boy, I wish somebody would do something for me, and then that they do. Yeah. And then how the one little girl described Ramses as a kind and loving child. It's just interesting to hear another little kid describe another little kid. He's such a kind and loving child. Yeah. Says everything.
And just his spirit, the fact that he's able to laugh and play with his friends. And when David asked about the 6'7", they all did. And the smile on his face, on Ramses' face was, it moved me to tears.
It's a really extraordinary community.
Yeah, my heart breaks for what the family has been through. Me too. But my heart also smiles when you see the efforts of everybody doing what they can to help out this family.
Isn't it a reminder, though, guys, about how people, everybody's going through something.
Yeah.
So they go through that thing with Ramses, and then she's in an accident, the mom. It's just, how much can you take?
But when you look at the stuff that we talked about earlier this morning, all the terrible things that are happening, and then you see something like this. We needed
It's true. For the lucky few, David finds you and tells your story. David, well done again. Thanks to Canva and thanks to David Keller as well.
This morning, David brings us a story of a holiday tradition nearly 4 decades in the making. It all started with a restored 1907 pipe organ and a man with a simple dream in Nora, South Dakota.
In one of the tiniest towns in America,
it's the spirit of Christmas.
There is an old-fashioned holiday tradition that comes alive once a year, every Christmas.
Jingle bells, jingle.
Once they start singing, they feel a sense of community.
One word I would describe this place is charm.
Meet Mike Pedersen. Nearly 40 years ago, Mike fulfilled a lifelong dream: to restore a pipe organ. Since then, Mike has hosted holiday sing-alongs inside of this defunct general store in Nora, South Dakota. Population 2.
There's a peace here, and I think people do come here for a short time and leave their troubles behind them and get into singing Christmas songs. And whether you can sing or not don't matter.
Born in Newell, Iowa in 1951, Mike was just 10 years old when his grandmother gave him a gift that would change everything: a year of piano lessons.
In that 1 year of piano lessons, she had an electronic organ, and so she encouraged me, and I liked playing with that. But I tell people I make nice noise.
Mike taught himself the rest while working as a contractor, and the old store, just a place to keep his tools, really. But then he found the organ, and he transformed the space around it.
The pipe organ was a blessing. The grand piano was bought at a car auction. That's a blessing.
Through cancer, broken bones, and even a new hip, Mike has never missed putting on a holiday season sing-along. And every year the routine starts the same way: 10 miles to the grocery store for 30 gallons of apple cider. Since 1989, more than 70,000 people have come through this little corner of South Dakota. He offers the cider. Visitors are asked to bring the treats.
I got people flying in from Texas and couples driving up from South Carolina. I say, well, how did you hear about it? Oh, we saw it on TV.
Frosty the Snowman. Opening night drew more than 80 people, locals and visitors from across America.
We came specifically for Nora Store Christmas.
Jim and Janice Overdahl flew in from the nation's capital. It's their first Nora Christmas together, with a connection that reaches back a generation.
My aunt, Janice, lived here. This was her family ran this store for many years. And she passed away in 2022 at age 102. She loved everything about Nora, and particularly with what Mike has done with the store and Nora Christmas.
Take care. Good to see you.
Luke Lyle, the only other resident of Nora, greets every visitor like family.
They'll come and they'll stay for 2.5 hours, even with small children, because they feel something that they yearn for that they don't have anymore.
Many people come back year after year, like Jerry and Nikki Ebel. 12 seasons now, ever since their oldest son was born.
The joy that it brings us, you know, sometimes when you're down on Christmas, this is the place you want to come.
First time for you?
Yes.
Where from?
Crooks, South Dakota.
Crooks. Hey, what do you think?
Awesome.
Mike says it's not about the size of the crowd, it's about the quality of the people. He'll unlock the Nora store even for one person. Zach Palmer, a Wisconsin-born opera singer, now studying at the University of South Dakota, is here for one reason, because his grandmother told him about it after she saw our CBS Morning story on the Nora store last Christmas.
So I gave Mike a call and I said, hey, I'm just curious about what you have going on here. And I told him I was a singer. He invited me out and we sang some carols. Long lay the world in sin and error pining. I just sing everything, but this is some of my favorite music ever. To me, it truly represents the true meaning of Christmas.
Mike once had what felt like a pipe dream that ended up coming true.
Pause for a moment. Examine your priorities. Take note of your relationships. And love each other while we've got each other. And mean our goodbyes.
Is that sweet music?
Yes.
Out in the middle, it was over.